Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see everyone in person and also online for the June 26th Landmark Commission meeting. In compliance with notification requirements of the Ohio Open Meeting Law and Section 101.021 of the Codified Ordinance of Cleveland, Ohio, 1976, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted. All boards and commissions under the purview of the City Planning Department conducts its meetings based on the Roberts Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by roll call vote. Recusal from any case due to a conflict of interest should be stated for the record prior to the beginning of the presentation. In order to ensure that everyone participating in the meeting has the opportunity to be heard, virtual attendees will use the raised hand feature before asking a question or making a comment. The raised hand feature can be found in the participants panel on the desktop and mobile versions and activated by clicking the hand icon. Please wait for the chair or facilitator to recognize you and be sure to select unmute and announce yourself before you speak. When finished speaking, please lower your hand by clicking the raised hand icon again and muting your microphone. Call-in users can unmute by using *6. All meeting activities have been recorded via the WebEx platform. These proceedings are also being live streamed via YouTube. All requests to speak on a particular matter submitted through proper channels have been considered. Proper channels for comments are sending an email to the landmarks at clevelandohio.gov email address with a comment or a letter, calling or leaving a message at 216-664-2532, or sending a letter or dropping off comments at City Hall located at 601 Lakeside Avenue, Suite 519. Communications with members of this body must follow proper channels for consideration. Any comments received by the stated deadline are collected by Landmark staff and disseminated to the commission members prior to the scheduled meeting. Wilson?
All right, to go through the meeting rules and procedures, the chair will call each agenda item and then each applicant will be invited to proceed through their presentation. Each presentation should be completed prior to questions and comments from the commission in order to facilitate a smooth presentation. Once the presentation is concluded, the chair will ask Landmark staff to summarize design review committee recommendations and any public comments received. The deadline for public comment is noon on the Tuesday prior to any regularly scheduled Cleveland Landmarks Commission meeting. Any received comments are distributed to commission members prior to the meeting, and staff will also identify any members of the public present and scheduled to speak. Public comment is allowed at the discretion of the chair, and any individual providing public comment is permitted 2 minutes to speak to the agenda item in which they have an interest. The chair will then request a recommendation from staff. The commission will then begin deliberations and project review. Any commission member except the chair may make a motion at any point after an agenda item has been called.
We'd like to call the June 26th Landmark Commission meeting to order. Mr. Musson, please call roll.
And Ms. Anderson?
Here.
Mr. Dreyer?
Here.
Mr. Dulick? Here. Councilmember Gray? Mr. Lozier? Here. Director Mersman?
Here.
Mr. Sandberry? Here. Mr. Strickland?
Here.
Mr. Trosick? Dr. Williams?
Here.
And Ms. Trott?
Here.
Madam Chair, we do have quorum. I'd also like to note from the Landmarks Commission staff, we have myself, Jessica Beam present in the room, Carl Runges is joining online, and then we have Sierra Lipscomb and Patty McGinty Aston from the Law Department.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, then we'll begin with our certificates of appropriateness. We'd like to call our first applicant forward to tell us about your project. The first project is located at 1422 Euclid Avenue, signage for Ben & Jerry's. Yes.
Just want to tap the little thing on the microphone then.
Great. Okay.
First of all, I'd like to say good morning, everyone. Certainly exciting to be here. And thank you all, especially Jessica, for triaging us through the whole process. The presentation is actually being done remotely by the gentleman who will be handling the whole installation, but I can give you a little bit of preview before we go into that. Ben and Jerry's would have been in January that I was at the corporate conference and I just opened the Toledo store and they were very excited about what was going on in Toledo. And for the most part, they all have always said corporately that ice cream is only enjoyed on the East Coast, Florida and California, but the Midwest was just completely free. They just didn't think we ate ice cream. So long story short, the little store, the little train, the choo-choo train that said it could and did was the Toledo store. And we opened it in December, which is out of season. And that literally blew Ben and Jerry's out of the water. And the sales were incredible. They'd never seen sales like that since 2008. And they said, so I got asked while I was at the corporate meeting, do you want to take on downtown Cleveland? Apparently they'd had 4 other people attempt downtown Cleveland in 5 years and they all pulled out. They couldn't find a spot or whatever. In my case, for the women in here who've had kids, I felt like I just birthed the baby. I just had the first store, just pushed it out in December. And come January, they're asking me to take on Cleveland. I thought, oh my goodness. So long story short, while I was at the meeting in Atlanta, I did a Google search and found Playhouse Square, which I'm a physician. I trained at Cleveland Clinic, so I'm very familiar with Playhouse Square, and I lived here for 3 years. But nonetheless, I called them up, and somehow it was not zoned, or not zoned, but it wasn't available for retail. But they're like, "What did you want to put there again?" I said, "Ben and Jerry's is interested." So that's what brought us to where we are. And obviously the goal, part of working with Playhouse Square to make this happen was they asked me, do you think you can pop the store open by summer? I said, tall order. Okay, sure. I have to talk to the city and see what we can do. And I rolled up my sleeve, and it's been constant travel from Toledo to here to do the construction. Literally, we uprooted as much as we could from there to bring over here and try to make it happen. And the quickest way to do it was to just do a plug and play. The people who just completed the store, turn around, take your stuff, go do it in Cleveland. And we're certainly appreciative as to all the opportunities that we've been given for our voice to be heard and to explain what it is that we're doing. They intend for this Ben and Jerry's in Cleveland to be the flagship Ben and Jerry's in the Midwest. It is not Chicago. It is not Indianapolis. It is not Minnesota, Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's actually Cleveland, Ohio. They have the largest mural that will be in the entire Ben and Jerry system. They've never made mural this big because of the space. They intend for the data that will come out of this particular Cleveland location to determine how they will take on the Midwest as their next frontier. So they're extremely interested in how our Cleveland store will perform. And I'll be extremely honest with you guys. Ever since I was actually a fellow at Cleveland Clinic when the Cleveland Cavs won the first championship. Oh my goodness. I remember exactly what happened and the exhilaration we all felt. And for me, after the pandemic happened, I watched what happened to some of the downtown spots in Cleveland, and I was extremely interested in somehow, all the way in Toledo, being a part of the revitalization effort here. And I think that that's where we are. And so the opportunity to bring a Ben and Jerry's to downtown Cleveland, put the Midwest on the map. I mean, this is lights, camera, action as much as it gets to be a Playhouse Square, which is the second largest Broadway district in America, the chandelier, everything. So we're doing everything we can to make sure that we fit very nicely into the narrative that already exists at Playhouse Square, trying to draw from some of the things that we've seen on the exterior, making sure that we're not tampering with the historic portions of Playhouse Square, which is a big part of what's important to us, that, we function within what is historic and what's within allowance, give and take what we need some concessions for. So I think that's my summary of what we're thinking.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then who will be presenting the project?
Alan?
Yes, this is Alan Shaw and Tristan from Off Contact Productions. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
And does everybody have the proposal?
The presentation is just a little housekeeping. It's up on the screen that we can view. And would you like us to advance the slides, please just say so.
Fantastic. So first page, Playhouse Square, 1422 Euclid Avenue, Ben and Jerry's location. Advance the slide. And this is the map facade slide, and that's shows us where Ben and Jerry's is located, and the front of it, and the location on the map. And we'll get into everything details later. The current is the advanced slide. Current photograph. We have Starbucks on the corner. We have a lit marquee above, and the location is the three windows just to the left of the just to the right of the FedEx truck. That's the location in the building. So advance slide. Establish signage. So the slide should say. These are neighboring companies that have images and signage up. So there's a protruding wall sign from Cabrillo with printed awnings, and then on the other side with Starbucks, there's a fabricated letter sign inside the window above the awnings. There's a scrolling LED light box. And let's go to the next slide. And this is the site plan. So we have an interior light box with a peace sign with Ben and Jerry's design inside the window. And then printed awnings. We'd like to have clouds and blue printed awnings. We have some more images of that coming up. And then an internally lit channel letter sign above, and some window graphics on one of the windows. So advance the slide. Proposed facade. So there, now you see the peace sign down below in the corner next to the front door. You see the awnings. We're covering the awnings with blue and blue background, blue sky, and white clouds. And then the Ben and Jerry sign above, and we'll get into details of what that sign is. And then graphics on the third window set to the right. And advance the slide. So here's the details of each individual proposed item. So the first one up to the left is the internally lit hanging peace sign, double-sided channel sign, interior installation, and the size of that is 38 wide by 72 inches tall, and that's inside the window, and it's a fabricated piece with cool graphics over the top of it. And then the second one is the internally lit logo sign, the 3-inch standoff, ACM backs, 040 returns, modified acrylic face, and it's UL certified, Raceway painted to match the building. There's a Raceway behind it to hold the letters up because they're individual letters. And I have some details of that, what that looks like here in the next couple slides. And then the cloud awnings, 3 cloud awnings. We're going to recover the existing awnings. We have a company here in town that's going to do that. And there's the sizes of the awnings, 158 by 45 by 62, 173 by 45 by 62, 2 different sizes. And then on the third window, we'd like to do graphics on that window. And because that is the the way the building's laid out, the interior space of the building, that's going to be storage and workspace that's not to the public, not open to the public. So that's why we'd like to propose graphics on that window, because that's part of the facility, but that's the workspace of the facility, or the storage space of the facility. So translucent window graphics, interior installation, place. So that's not the artwork, but it's going to look something like that. So Ben and Jerry's themed, and we're getting that design from Ben and Jerry's, and they're working on that from corporate. So that's the size of the 3 panels. There's 2 48 by 120s, and there's 1 60 by 120. The center one is 60 inches wide. So 2 48-inch panels, and it runs up underneath the awning, just following the window. And then advance a slide, installation details. And this is the lit sign that goes above the building, or above the windows. White translucent acrylic faces, digital printed translucent graphic in the center. The overall size is 16 foot 8 inches by 2 foot 2 inches. And there's a raceway behind it. And that's centered in between architectural details as on the previous drawings. And there's a profile view of that drawing. And then the goal is to mount this raceway and the signage inside the block joints, because this building's a historical building. We're going to be just going into the joints of the block and not drilling into the historical block. So that way, we're not going to damage any of the facade while we put this up. So it's lightweight, durable, strong, wind resistant. And so that's the internally lit logo sign. And there's the details of that sign on that page. And I'm not sure, advance a slide if this one's elevations. And that has it's called elevations, and that has the details and size of everything, of the front window, the front door, the center windows, the graphics on the third window, the positioning of the Ben and Jerry's exterior sign, and then the positioning of the peace sign in the first window by the front doorway. And I think that is everything that we have here. So if anybody has any questions, we're open to those.
All right, thank you for the presentation.
Yes.
Before we move on to questions or comments, we'll look for the design review committee recommendations.
Yeah, Madam Chair, this did not go to the local design review committee. They're kind of had a time crunch, so we agreed to just advance it directly to the Landmarks Commission.
All right.
So we do
We'll
have
move on to the landmark staff
yes,
recommendations.
we do have a staff report. So this project will need a variance for the window coverage of 17.75 feet. It may also need a variance for the wall sign, but we don't have those exact numbers yet. So I think we would recommend an approval with granting any needed variances to the sign code, because we certainly understand the need to cover the windows to obscure the back of the house functions. So usually that's not something we like to see, but since there are adjacent storefronts that are going to be open and very visible, and they seem to be proposing a very lively and colorful wrap, we're comfortable with it. So we'd recommend approval, like I said, with any granting any needed sign variances, just noting as long as they mount the signs into the mortar joints as they presented.
Okay, thank you for that summary. Then we'll open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. Who'd like to start us off? Mr. Lozier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I work in 1422 Euclid Avenue. And I just want to say that I'm really excited for Ben and Jerry's to come into the district. I think this is a really great presentation. I don't have any comments. I'm good with everything as presented. So thank you, and excited for you all to open up.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Lozier. Other questions and comments? Mr. Strickland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm also very excited to see Ben and Jerry's coming into Cleveland. My son and I went skiing in Stowe, Vermont this winter, and we went by Ben and Jerry's headquarters on our way to Stowe. So it's great to see Ben and Jerry's coming into Cleveland. I wonder if the applicant would consider the graphics on the window to be more descriptive of actual landmarks in the city of Cleveland.
It actually will be. So we submitted, they requested for landmarks and everything that's pertinent to the city of Cleveland. So I submitted information about Cuyahoga National Park, the falls, Cuyahoga Falls, the bridges in Cleveland. What else? Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I just gave them all the things that were customizable to Cleveland, and that's what they're working with. So Ben & Jerry's will always design based on the city. Now, I must say though that the window graphic for the exterior may just be a plain, the clouds and the clouds and the blue sky and all. I don't know that they're going to put all of that information about Cleveland in the window because they're reserving that for the interior mural. But they are in the design phase, and I can certainly pass it along to say that we would love to see something that looks similar to that just showcases the city.
The Detroit Superior Bridge, or just
I will pass that along. Absolutely. They're still designing, so this is a good time.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. I guess I'll do my comments. I'm in support of this. I think, this is a great addition to downtown, especially here. It brings a family focus to Playhouse Square to balance off some of the more entertainment focus in restaurants and so forth that are in the area. So I think it's great. My only comment would be related to your main signage. My personal preference is that I think a marquee sign would be more appropriate here because in this building, there's no other signage in that line of bands. It's fairly either the Starbucks within the transom or it's a marquee, so that it's more appealing to the pedestrians of the area. So much of your traffic is going to have to find you on the street front that I personally feel like I would be more in favor for a marquee sign versus a flat paneled, internally illuminated sign, so that the traffic can find you easier. It's not as much car traffic that you're going to get. It's pedestrian
traffic
in this area, either parking and walking to the theaters or from the office buildings and so forth. And it's I don't know what's going on now after the renovation with the signage of the storefronts that are across the street, but there was a full area across the street that all of the restaurants had more marquee signs so that it was identifiable and findable by pedestrians. So
Okay.
I'm not against the signage, but I think I would encourage you to look at that just because I think looking through just your portfolio of signage, that there is that across Ben and Jerry's also using the marquee signs. The ice cream cone one, it looks like, is the most popular one.
Great. If I may speak.
Sure.
So our signage design, practically everything we do is controlled by Ben & Jerry's corporate. They have a design team, which in order for them to actually do a site approval for Cleveland, I had to take a video of the street, show them all of the stores that were the shops and the restaurants across from Ben & Jerry's, Playhouse Square, across from the proposed site. I showed them everything, and all of that was taken into account Yet it's outside of our control because Ben and Jerry's has an internal framework of what they do not deviate from. Now, regarding pedestrian traffic, we will be working very closely with Playhouse Square, who are just waiting for what our open date will be. And my understanding is that their communications team is practically ready to put us on all the LEDs all around Cleveland, downtown, which will hopefully point pedestrians towards Playhouse Square. So that part, we're very sure we will be on all the LEDs all around, but we have absolutely no control over the design that they hand to us. It's templated by Ben and Jerry's.
Okay, well.
And by the way, this store is, pardon me for interrupting, but this store is part of their newest design, which was recently opened, made available in January. The Toledo store was probably one of the first 4 stores to take on everything, but Cleveland is only 6 months into having the latest and the greatest design. So this will be the design for all new stores opening for the next decade. So we're on the newer end.
Sure, and I think the signage is fresh, but I do see it. If there's the opportunity to, I think it would be more appropriate than, the internally illuminated. If it's not an opportunity, that's another, that is a response, but I think it is, worthy of asking them because you're in a historic district, in other areas, I think it's appropriate. But here, I personally feel a marquee sign would be more appropriate. But that's my personal opinion.
And I can certainly ask them that, but usually what Ben and Jerry says is whatever's, and you've been to their Vermont store. Yeah, whatever they do for one location, they have to be willing to do it for all other locations. And Toledo's a community store. They're not going to put a marquee sign at a community store. So if they can't offer that to community settings, they're not going to offer it to just an entertainment district. But I will certainly send that to them as part of the, recommendation and see what they say.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Point well taken. This is Alan at Off Contact. The marquee sign is part of the building, and that's I think sounds more like a community sign that Playhouse Square operates. So it's not a Starbucks coffee sign. So I think that's take that in consideration.
I'm referring to the Italian restaurant that's adjacent to it.
Yeah, I think just for clarification, when you say marquee, you mean like a projecting sign?
Blades, yes.
Blade sign. Okay, like
projecting sign.
Chebrio or any of the.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
a blade sign
Oh, I
is
see.
actually, thank you for correcting that. You are right. The scrolling signage is more of the marquee sign in the focus, more of a blade sign. Looking through the, what I just quickly Googled prior to coming is still like the little ice cream cone. This is Ben and Jerry's that is projecting from the building.
We do have a blade that we actually do have a blade sign, but it's a metal blade sign and it projects from the building. We didn't think you guys would approve it, so we didn't bring it up. But now that you mention it, maybe we'll just
I don't
send
know if
it.
we could do both, right? So that's where it does get, because we do have requirements of how much signage.
Yes.
But I think a projecting sign, blade sign would be more appropriate.
We'd be happy to turn that in because we for approval, we have one. There is a blade sign and we actually have it already pre-made and it projects from the building and it has the Ben. Alan, is it an ice cream sign or is it Ben and Jerry's? What does it say?
It
The
says
blade.
Ben with an ice cream cone, but it's fairly small. I think that
Those?
size only.
Oh, no, not that one. That one right there is actually an older vintage design that they've retired.
Okay.
To be honest, I wanted to bring a Volkswagen into the store. I requested for it. I asked them, please, can we just have one in here? And they refused. And they said, we've moved away from that design. If we're not offering it to all the stores, we're not going to be able to offer it to you. I did everything I could. They said no. You're welcome.
Other questions or comments from the commission? Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On a day like today, I'm ready to run out of here and go to Ben and Jerry's right now. So I want to say thank you, as the owner for being here in person. I really appreciate that. My thoughts are that overall it's a little busy. There's a lot going on in the Playhouse Square area, and I just find, you know, the clouds and the peace sign just a little bit over the top. I know that's not the graphic for the mural, but I find it fun that they are incorporating the clouds in the awning into the overall design of the mural. I don't know if that's going to continue, but I think that's kind of fun. So, and I want to say that I'm in alignment with the chairwoman in that I think my preference would be for the blade sign. And I think it might be more visible for people going down the street, but those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Other questions and comments from the commission? Oh, sorry, Mr. Dulick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in support of this project. I think it's a lot of fun. And I have to say, in conjunction with my fellow commissioners, Strickland and Mr. Lozier, as a patron of the original Ben & Jerry's in Burlington, Vermont, in the summer of 1981, which was an old gas station where we would sit at table spools out there. And you'd see sometimes Ben & Jerry themselves scooping ice cream back there. I want to personally thank you for bringing Ben & Jerry's to Cleveland.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dulick.
I'm hoping that we can bring Jerry for the store opening.
Oh, that would be.
He does
wonderful.
come, so we'll see.
Not seeing any other comments. Would someone like to make a motion? Someone like to make a motion? Mr. Lozier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll make a motion to approve as presented with the recommendation to look at a blade sign in lieu of the flat channel letter sign, and in support of any variances that may be required.
Thank you, Mr. Lozier. Do we have a second?
I will second.
Thank you, Mr. Dulick. We have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion?
It seems like there's some sort of time urgency around this. I wonder if the motioner and seconder, like, do we want them to have to come back if they can switch to a blade sign, or can we add that staff can review and approve that if a blade sign substitute is possible?
Mr. Lozier, are you comfortable with staff being able to approve that?
Yes.
Mr. Dulick?
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you both. Thank you for that recommendation. That's very helpful. Any further discussion? All right, Mr. Musson, please call roll.
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Dulick,
Yes.
Mr. Lozier,
Yes.
Director Mersman,
Yes.
Mr. Sambry,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
and Ms. Trot.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
Congratulations. We look forward to seeing you open soon.
Thank you very
And please
much.
just continue to communicate with staff.
Okay, I'll send you an update regarding session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We'll now move on to our next applicant located at 9907 Newton Avenue, window replacement. I'd like to welcome the applicant. Please announce yourself and tell us about your project. Is someone from Window Nations on the call?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Oh,
now we can.
Can you hear me now? Sorry, I had to do the star six thing. I forgot. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Good morning. Good morning. Hard to follow Ben & Jerry's coming to Cleveland. Try to do the best I can here. We have Mr. Pitts. He's looking at 6 older windows replaced. They're single pane. They're wood.
Do you mind me interrupting really quickly? Could you please tell us your name so we have it for our
Mike.
records?
Mike
What's your
Parnell.
last name? Parnell with a P or a C?
Yes, Parnell.
Perfect. Thank you. Please continue.
Yeah, sales rep with Window Nation, so I'm trying to help Mr. Pitts get some second-story windows replaced. They're single-pane, old wooden windows. I did my best to match the grid pattern, so I have the Colonial Contour grids, top sash only, on the 4 facing front windows. The 2 side windows that he is replacing, they do not have grids, so those are that. The project proposal you guys have in front of you say white. That is incorrect. We switched it to beige to better match the historic windows. Once we found out that it was a historic landmark, so they are actually beige in and out with the contour grids on the 4 front windows. So that is pretty much it as far as our proposal is concerned, but I'm open for any questions.
All right. Thank you for the presentation. Before we move to comments, we will do Design Review Advisory Committee recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Project was reviewed by the Greater Northeast Historic Design Review Advisory Committee on June 17th. The committee did not have quorum at that meeting, but they did discuss the proposal and were understanding of needing windows replaced, but they wanted or discussed possibly seeing more information about the difference in the buttons proposed from what's proposed versus what's on the house currently, and asked if like restoration of the windows on the front had been looked into, and noted that there's a decorative column in between the windows on the front of the home that wanted more information about how that would be impacted if the windows were replaced.
All right. Thank you. Landmark staff recommendation.
And thank you, Madam Chair. Staff shares the same concerns as the local about the impact to the decorative trim elements. They're on the second floor of the front. And per our window replacement policy, the primary hope is that windows can be, maintained, restored, repaired if need be. And we could keep the historic windows, but we do understand that, they do have a lifetime and sometimes they need replaced. And that typically we like to see upgraded materials on the front. With this one, I think that the color's fine. I mean, it might be that the material's fine. For staff on this one, the issue is the muntins, and that those be exterior expressed in whatever material they use. That's usually easier to do with aluminum clad wood or other materials as opposed to vinyl. Because this is, Newton Avenue, and if everyone's familiar with it, is a very small historic district. It's just the one street. The houses are all Philip Marquardt houses, and the windows are an important architecturally character defining feature. I mean, like the windows and the trim really make that district. So, we're happy to be flexible on the side, but we feel on the front, the presence of those muntins being exterior expressed is important.
All right. Thank you for that feedback and recommendation. We'll then open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. Who would like to start us off? Mr. Strickland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like the applicant to respond to the comments from the.
Yeah, we can do simulated divided lights, so they're on the exterior. There is an added cost for the customer, so I have to obviously take that back to him, but yes, we can do that.
Well, that's great news. I think I would agree with the staff recommendation, or from their report, make it a requirement that those be applied muntins on the exterior of the window in order for me to feel comfortable approving this project. And also, how are you going to treat that decorative element in between? Will that remain or will that be eliminated?
We can do either or. We can leave it. We can trim over it. Like the typical residential house, we're trimming over it usually to protect that wood. But obviously, we understand in that historic district, we can just leave it alone and just replace the windows and not do the trim over that centerpiece.
Yeah. Given that, there's a express base and capital on what appears to be a column, I would suggest that not be capped and be
Okay,
maintained as a painted element.
no
Thank
problem. Yep, we can do that.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Are there questions and comments? I guess I will comment, per our requirements, we typically do not require vinyl windows. We make exceptions on the sides to allow vinyl. And typically, we do require an upgraded material for the front. So I guess to stay consistent at this time, I will say that I am in support of the vinyl windows on the sides, but I would recommend an upgraded material on the front. Either a aluminum clad wood or a comparable material versus the vinyl. Other questions and comments from the commission? Mr. Lozier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the investment that this homeowner is making in their property. And I know it's challenging, especially now when, there's so much heat and humidity. You want to make sure that you're doing everything you can to conserve energy and be as energy efficient and as comfortable as possible. And windows are one of the major ways to allow that to take place. I'm in agreement with Madam Chair where I think this is such a looking at the street on Google Street View, the windows on the second floor are particularly important in all of the homes on this street. And I think retaining and reconstructing or replacing in kind, I think is really sort of the best case scenario for this to maintain the historic integrity of this house and of the street. In lieu of that, I am also in agreement with Madam Chair where I'm perfectly fine with the vinyl on the sides and rear of the home. But I think that an upgraded window on the front facade would be required here. So that's sort of my general comment. My second sort of question is, currently, it looks like all of the windows are painted a dark brown color. I know that you mentioned that the new windows are going to be beige in color. So there will be some sort of mismatching of window colors for a time period. Do you have a sense if the homeowner is planning to replace any of the other windows at a future date?
Yeah, he was trying to do it in bits and pieces. Obviously, even like obviously you guys know Window Nation. We sell a high quality vinyl window, but it's still expensive. And then when you go wood windows, are even more expensive. So, and we do wood too. Obviously, we do wood windows too, just not that often anymore in today's world. But yeah, he told me that he was planning on just having them painted. In the meantime. The wood windows just to keep up the look, and that's why he chose beige.
Okay, so thank you for that. I appreciate the further context. Mr. Musson, if the homeowner intends to repaint the other windows, does that need to come before this body, or I just want some clarification on that?
No, typically just the painting of a house doesn't trigger a permit, so that's something that usually happens without any review through us, although technically is environmental change, and we're always happy to consult on color. We don't have a good mechanism to ensure that that comes through us.
Gotcha. So one recommendation that I might make is after we make a decision on this particular instance, I would recommend that the applicant submit to staff the new color that they're planning to paint the balance of the windows to ensure that it matches closely to the new window color. But so those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lozier. Other questions and comments from the commission? Not seeing any. Would someone like to make a motion?
Feel compelled to try to make an argument for this property owner. I think the economics of this situation are important. And I would make the case that we're talking about 4 windows. It's a substantial upcharge typically to go from vinyl to a aluminum clad wood. And I would make the case, I've installed a lot of vinyl windows and wood windows. And it's pretty easily reversible. So in the future, if an owner really wanted to upgrade the appearance of the house and even enhance the quality, if the economics justified that, then you could take out the vinyl windows and replace them with a higher quality window very easily. And so I think given the current situation with the owner trying to do it on a phased basis as he can, afford the upgrade, that in this particular case, again, with the stipulation that they use an applied mutton to simulate the divided lights in that upper sash, that in this case, I would be in favor of the vinyl.
All right, those are all great points. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions and comments from the commission? Go ahead, Mr. Stanberry.
Chair. I respectfully disagree with you. I think that if you're going to remove those windows, it's not a reversible application, and you're losing a lot of information in that feature. We don't have a great photo of these windows, but from here it looks like there's more detail in there than what a standard vinyl window is going to have. It does look like there might be some sash dogs underneath the windows that I can't really tell, but the shadow line kind of looks like there are, that may be lost in a vinyl window. It doesn't mean that a new wood window is going to have those features either. But I do argue that a better window would be more appropriate on this facade. And then if we were to allow a vinyl window on the front facade for this phase, what are they going to do the next phase? Are we going to allow vinyl windows everywhere on the front facade? Phase 2, phase 3. I think for this particular house, vinyl is okay on the sides and the rear, but the front is a very visible front. All of the houses on this street seem to have very detailed windows, definitely on the second floor. And I think it's important that we retain those where possible. I would definitely argue for repairing these windows over replacing. But if due to cost savings and financial hardship, of a wood or aluminum clad window would be more appropriate. My feelings.
Thank you, Mr. Stanberry. Other questions and comments from the commission? Someone like to put forward a motion? Someone like to put forward a motion? Mr. Strickland?
Madam Chair, I'll put forward a motion to approve the project as presented, allowing for the installation of all vinyl windows on all facades with a stipulation that a applied exterior simulated divided mutton be used in the front sash.
All right, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that, and I would ask Mr. Strickland if he would agree with adding the recommendation that the homeowner seriously consider repairing the front windows or, if possible, replacing those with aluminum clad wood or fiberglass.
I'll amend the motion to include that.
All right, so we have a motion. Do we have I'm sorry, and a second. Any further discussion?
Mr. Sandberg just reminded me that to include in the motion that the decorative element between the window be retained and not wrapped.
Oh, great. Thank you. Center column be maintained and not wrapped. Perfect. Thank you. Ms. Mersman, sorry, left a vowel or a letter out there. Do you agree with adding that in?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Okay, any further discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
If I may also request to add, for staff to review the paint color for the balance of the windows, by staff.
Mr. Strickland, do you agree?
Yes.
Mr. Mersman, do you agree? All right, great. Thank you, Mr. Lozier.
Thanks.
Is that a condition or recommendation?
Sorry. Condition.
Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? Leslie, please call roll.
All right, Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Dreyer,
Yes.
Mr. Dulick,
Yes.
Councilmember Gray, Mr. Lozier,
No.
Director Mersman,
Yes.
Mr. Sambry,
No.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
and Ms. Trott.
No.
All right, Madam Chair, the motion passes by a vote of 6-3.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Your project has passed and we look forward to seeing your project move forward.
Okay, thank you. And that's just so I know you guys are going to reiterate it, but that's to get the simulated divided lights in the centerpiece unchanged, correct? So I can take it back to the customer.
Correct. The center column would remain unchanged and would like to maintain exposed as is. And then the exterior
And then the paint.
buttons are requirements, and then coming back with a plan for the paint color for all of the windows.
Okay, not just the front bottom windows for the paint color. You guys want it done on all of them, or at least if he can just do the front for now with that color.
Why don't you I think staff would talk to you offline on that, once you can
Okay,
talk to
okay.
the owner.
Okay, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank
Have a great
you.
week.
You too.
Bye.
We'll then move on to our next applicant located at 2634 Hayden Road. Hayden, siding replacement. We'd like to welcome the applicant. Please announce yourself and tell us about your project. Is Mr. Hodge on the phone?
Oops.
Did that occur?
Yes.
Once again, is Mr. Hodge with us on the telephone? Why don't we move forward, and then before we end, we can come back there. All right, then we'll move to the fourth applicant, located at 1452 West 25th Street, Flannery, Jordalis offices. Good morning.
Morning. Thanks for having us. My name is Drew Thompson. This is Gabrielle Benson. We're from DS Architecture. We're representing Flannery Georgalis LLC on their project at 1452 West 25th Street. Previous to this, we've been presented to the Ohio City Design Review Committee with Jessica. We received some feedback from them. They want to see a little bit more detail on some of the windows, on some specifications that we'll hit on today. And ultimately, we would like our certificate of appropriateness. Slide, please.
There's a little bit of a lag, so give it a second. There you go.
I'll walk through some of the larger site elements first, and Gabrielle will get into some of the details. The project is located at 1452 West 25th Street. This is an adaptive reuse for an old car parts warehouse into an office. Really exciting project for the area. It's going to bring a lot of engagement to that site. That's getting a lot of traction recently with the Irishtown Bend Park going across the street. So that's been some of our primary design considerations when looking at this project, was really engaging that street front and the new park across the street. Slide, please. So zooming into the site, since we presented the design review committee, we made one minor change here. And I forgot to mention, this is a SHPO project as well. We're receiving funding from them. So we've been through that process as well. And in working with their team, we've elected to keep the rear garage and use that space instead of removing it and using it as parking, as previously mentioned. So you can see here, the building is 2 stories from grade, and there's some neighboring historic buildings as well. With the rear garage, it's 1 story, and there's 15 parking spots in the rear. And it is between West 25th and West 26th Street. Next slide, please. So this is the existing condition of the building. On the top left, you'll see the front of the building facing West 25th. That's the main frontage. And on the bottom left, you'll see the rear. Couple things I want to highlight here. All of the existing storefront and windows, some of them are still existing behind the facade as you currently see it now. They're in complete disrepair and have no potential to be repaired or reused. It's all hidden behind there. And it's tough to see from here. On the bottom left there, there's some outlines of what used to be historic windows. So our design intention in picking the fenestration was to use our historic references to restore the building back to its original condition as best as possible in conjunction with the interior layout. So pretty much all of the penetrations in the building that you'll be seeing are where they were originally, with the exception of one on the rear for an accessible door. Next slide, please. So here's a historic image that we found in conjunction with our historic consultant. So a couple of elements I want to point out, like we mentioned, we're restoring it back to its original to the best of our abilities. So a couple of things I want to point out is the blade signage. We're planning on utilizing that design element in a more modern way. And our storefront, as you'll see, is very similar to what you see here. And again, that was developed in conjunction with our consultants on the SHPO design review committee. Next slide, please. So here's a section looking through the building. Go back one. Yep. Section looking through the building. So one of our main design considerations are calling for a roof deck on the top. And with how wide that street is and how prominent that exterior sidewalk is, or the far sidewalk is going to be with the new park, our main intention was to reduce the visibility of some of these roof elements from that street front. So as you can see, even from the opposite side of the street, the stairwell going up to the roof deck is not visible. And you'll see the mechanical equipment is also tucked away towards the back of the site as well. Next slide, please. Here's the elevation. Gabrielle is going to get into a little bit more of the details of materiality later. But again, you can see we're basically restoring the original back to the original facade. That's pretty much it here. Next slide, please. And here you can see, I apologize, some of our dash lines got a little bit messed up here. The intention's there. We're restoring some of those original windows back to the rear. Where we did not elect to restore those are areas where there was walls or mechanical equipment that were required for the interior layout. And that one door on the rear that we mentioned, the new accessible entry, double door, is the one penetration that's not original to the building. Next slide, please. Yeah, I won't talk about this too much. The existing windows on the rear, they have a existing brick arch that again, we're planning on reutilizing. We developed these windows in conjunction with Jameson Rica, our historic windows consultants as well, to match the originals as best as we could. Slide. And just a couple things to point out on the plan. The elevation's kind of tough to see the jogging of the windows on the first floor. So if you looked on the diagram on your left, the first floor, on the right elevation, that's the side facing West 25th, the main frontage. You can see the jogging of the storefront. And again, that's with matching to the original building as well. Next slide. I'm looking at the roof deck as well. So we have a setback line to reduce the visibility from the ground plane of the handrail and the stair feature as well. And as mentioned before, our mechanical equipment is tucked to the back to reduce visibility as well as acoustic pollution as well. Next slide. Hand it off to Gabrielle here. We'll talk through some of the details.
Yeah, so getting into the landscaping of the site, the client was really interested in having some exterior seating, as well as some foliage around the building itself. So we used some inspiration from the neighborhood and different buildings around the site that had kind of a gated seating area with some simple vegetation in conjunction with those storefronts. Client really liked the look of that, and we decided to try and emulate that with our design. Next slide, please. So on the front facade, there are three main entries. On the left, where that gated area is, that is for public entry, so for clients, guests. And then on the right side, we have two entries for the workers who go there day to day, and those will be private access. We have some planters on the front, 5 smaller ones, and then 2 larger ones on the left side versus the right side. Next slide, please. Just to give you an idea of the size of all of this, the gated area itself projects about 6 feet from the front of the building and is around 30 feet wide. From the gate itself, that leaves around 12 feet for the sidewalk. And then with the planters, there's around 10 foot 4 inches of the sidewalk left over. And as you can see, it does leave enough space to walk. The gate that we're proposing, or the fencing rather, is around 3 foot 4 inches and will be surface mounted. And the signage that we're proposing is a blade sign that will be 12 feet above grade at the bottom. Next slide, please. So getting into some materials, one major concern when we last presented this was the mortar that was going to be used to do some of the repointing work. So we're looking at using a lime-based mortar that matches the color of the existing, which is kind of this tannish color. So we found a product that we believe matches that color. All of the colors all of the windows, and the storefront will be painted a dark gray color, urbane bronze, and then all of the concrete will be colored to match the existing stone that's on the top of the building as well as on the sides. Yes. Next slide, please. And then in addition to that, the planters and fencing that we are using are also going to be colored in a similar bronze color. And that's about it for this slide. We're just planning for some very simple boxed planters. Next slide, please. As for lighting and signage, as I mentioned before, we're using, or we currently have a blade sign showing, which is 11.5 or 11.25 square feet. Again, 12 feet from grade. And as for lighting, we're just planning on having some recessed can lighting on the right by the doors. Next slide, please. On the rear facade, we're planning on having a smaller sign right by the access door, and then also some wall-mounted wall pack lighting. Next slide, please. And then just to wrap up, for furniture, we're also planning on having some simple black chairs and tables. We're currently proposing a Knoll option, but yeah, just something simple. Next slide, please. And finally, to wrap up, for vegetation, for year-round, we were thinking some boxwoods, and then for spring and summer, we thought of incorporating some florals, which kind of copied the design of their logo, which is red and white. So, yeah. Next slide, please.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Before we move into our comments, we'll start with Design Review Committee recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This project was reviewed by the Historical Ohio City Design Review Advisory Committee on February 20th. The committee discussed the mortar color and then it should match in color and configuration, a preference to divide the rear windows, and wanting more specifications on the treatment for the masonry in the storefront. They did recommend the issuance of a certificate of appropriateness with the window systems and transom, masonry and mortar specifications and drawings updated, which has been done.
All right, excellent. Thank you. And then Landmark staff recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess we just wanted to clarify that this is getting the historic tax credits. And you guys have assigned part 2 already?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you could share that with staff, that would be helpful. So maybe make that a condition of any potential motion. I guess I had some questions about that front elevation. The transom windows, are those shown as glass? They look dark. Is it spandrel glass? Or are you proposing, vision glass there? And then the height of the bulkhead. If SHPO has approved it all, I'm sure there's good reason for it. I just had some questions about it because they, looks a little different than what we usually see getting approved from the State Preservation Office. But I think our main, question or concern, maybe more of a question, is about the patio in the front. They're going to have a nice rooftop deck. We appreciate that the patio would liven up the front elevation, but there's some concerns that it might confuse people. Like people might think it's a coffee shop or a bar, try and come in. And, we like the planters up front. I guess another question is there water, a water source in the front of the building to keep those watered? Because planters will be baking in the sun out there on 25th. There's not a lot of shade there. And then if you put a patio up front, do you need egress out of that patio? So is there going to have to be a gate just from a fire safety thing? So I guess our concerns are generally around the patio and just sort of that public-private intersection. Usually when we see patios in front of businesses, it's a business you can go walk into, not sort of a private law firm that only potentially, I guess, employees would be able to use or customer, So I guess just general questions about that. But yeah, I mean, generally, I think, the design looks nice and we recommend approval again with that condition that the sign part 2 be submitted to staff.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for that feedback. Then we will open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. Before we, I guess, get to, would you like to respond about the windows, staff's questions about the windows? Maybe that
Sure.
will
Yeah.
Start us off good.
Yeah, I can clarify on those points. Firstly, the windows on the front, that's a great question. That's something we discussed at length with our SHPO consultant. So essentially there's behind the transom, or not transom, that's so what I'm looking for.
Solid panel.
The solid panel, thank you, Gabrielle. Those are solid panels, and behind those are a soffit, and that's some of the interior elements. We're trying to reduce the amount of area we're taking up with those soffits and all the mechanical equipment associated with that. So we and the SHPO consultant thought that was the most appropriate place to put those. And that's in line with the historic condition that we observed in the field as well.
I guess
yeah,
I did just want to note regarding that sort of solid panel for the transoms. Typically, when we do keep that transom covered, we would put an awning in front of it or something to mask it. Like usually the options are either awning or glass. But we certainly appreciate that you guys have gone through the state preservation process, and I'm sure that's been discussed too. So.
That was, and you also asked about the bulkhead.
Yeah, just a question about the bulk of the height of the bulkhead, and if that was based on historic evidence or if that was just sort of an arbitrary line. It just looks a little higher. Usually they come in around like 24 inches. This one, maybe it's not taller, but it looks a little higher than that. So I was just curious if that was
the height of which element exactly you're referring to?
I guess the knee wall, that bulkhead at the bottom of the storefront.
The knee wall, yeah. And again, these conditions were from the best of our observations. We had incomplete historic information, but from our observation, that was as close to the original as we get it. Then you also mentioned the front patio area as well. I will add to that. We went to the troops committee as well, and they had some similar concerns. I know the client, and speaking with them, they really wanted like a ground floor presence, especially for lunch. If you go back to the one diagram slide that we have, that's really like their lunch area that they're really going to be spending a lot of time in. So that was a space that they really wanted to engage. I know it's not conventional perhaps for a private office to have something that is so engaging with the street front. But that was something the client was really pushing for.
And just to answer your question about gating,
Yeah.
having a gate, we do have a gate currently proposed in that imagery right there. It doesn't quite show it, but in the plan view, I believe the one that we were just at, it does have a form.
Thank you for answering those questions. We'll then open up the floor to the commission for questions or other questions and comments. Mr. Lozier.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the applicants and to the building owner. Slowly, this area, West 25th, is being brought back to life, and I'm super excited to see this building being, renovated and treated in a similar manner to be more of a contributing member of this area of West 25th. So, thank you for this presentation and for the investment. I think in general, I think this looks really good. I do have similar sort of questions and follow-up questions and comments to what Mr. Musson had asked. So when it comes to the transom itself, I know it's all painted out dark. I guess one question or comment might be, have you studied doing something, having the color be a little bit different, maybe a little bit lighter to help add a little bit another element to the building and the design? It seems like it's, it creates a fairly heavy sort of environment as you're approaching the building. I don't think it's a requirement, but I think that it might be worth studying. Second question I have is in the render, second sort of comment. The renderings, the way that they're rendered show, it's hard to tell how that upper band is broken up. Is it truly sort of broken up as shown in this elevation where you have the large pane of glass and then the transom above is split into two windows? So there's it's broken down a little bit more similar to what is shown in the historic photo.
The top band of the bottom row of windows, what you're referring to?
Top band. Yes. Yeah. The transom above the storefront.
Yes, this was something we deliberated on a lot because it's not entirely clear from the historic imagery. But yes, we tried to match that as best as possible.
Okay.
And to go back to your comment about the coloring of that band as well, that's something we hadn't studied, but we'd be happy to look at. Yeah, again, we're working off a black and white photo, so I don't think anyone wants to say anything about the color necessarily of those panels.
Yeah, I think it might just be worth studying. I think that it being all dark and black, I think there's opportunity there to make something feel a little bit more enlivening and maybe a little bit different than just having everything be painted out dark. So thank you for that. And then I also do want to touch on the front patio. I don't have in practice, I don't have any issue with it, but as Mr. Musset had mentioned it, in its current location, it seems to be more of a barrier and something that, to me, that you're walking across more private space than sort of the public entry to the building. I might recommend maybe shifting it over to the other side of the facade. If it truly is sort of lunch space, sort of space for the people who are working here, it seems like it is more of a private-ish space. And I think, having direct access to the front door of the office, I think makes sense so that for it not to have that patio in front of it. So having it a little bit feel more accessible and feel more sort of, the main public entry. So those I think are my comments. Oh, and then also sorry, Dan hit on everything that I was, thinking about, and also the plan for irrigation for the plantings out front is certainly going to be very important. So, is there a irrigation system that's going to be implemented, or what is the plan for the office to keep that those plants watered?
The product that we were actually looking at has almost a self-watering option. So there is able to be a kind of, you're able to create or put a lot of water there and leave it for a little bit so it's less needy.
Awesome. That certainly would be helpful. So thank you. Those are my.
Yeah, and just to comment on the point about the potentially shifting the patio over, that was something we explored. It's actually hard to tell, but the entry on the left is the only accessible entry from the front, and especially with the roof deck not being accessible, we wanted a space for the users to be able to engage outside, even if they weren't able necessarily to climb stairs. So that was a large reason that we shifted the public area to that side of the building to begin with.
Through the chair. I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to, because it isn't the main entrance on the other side, if there's an opportunity to make that entrance more accessible. Like, is there a way that you can add a ramp to that area to allow people to be able to move in, into the building through the main entrance and then out to that exterior space? I don't know exactly sort of the dimensional difference between the floor level and grade, but I'm wondering if there's any opportunity there to make that more accessible from the inside on that location.
On the entry to the right, you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, that's something we can explore. There's about an 8-inch step there.
Mhm.
It's pretty significant, so there'd be a pretty sizable ramp there.
Mhm.
But that's something we could explore if the board.
On
would
the
like
north
us to.
side, there's an 8-inch, and then it's flush on the south side.
Correct. On the front, yes.
Gotcha. That's helpful to understand that context too. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. Mr. Dulick?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair to the applicants. Very nice presentation. I think it's always good when you present and you do get a lot of comments from members of the commission. So nice job. I do have a couple questions though. One is, what is the treatment of the south facade, the former party wall of the building? Just wasn't quite clear to me, if you could clarify that. And then I'd like to hear a little more about the choice of the placement of the blade sign at the kind of end of the facade versus, and maybe we can take a look at the historic photo. It looks like the blade signs really formed a function to kind of help center the facade. I think there's a bigger discussion about I call it the garden in front, and the sense of entry, like where is it clear the public comes in? If I'm understanding my fellow commissioner, Mr. Lozier, I think it's a really important conversation because it's not feeling as balanced. This is very dynamic stuff going on. It was a very graphically vibrant building. I understand this is a law firm, it's very dignified, but I think the spirit of the blade sign, not necessarily dead center, but maybe it helps you indicate the entrance rather than kind of the edge of the building. And maybe that indicates that you can have the entrance still where you want it. And maybe the patio bridges, maybe the garden bridges the two so that it's still accessible from that main entrance, but that you actually don't pass through that garden. With Lavigate and things like that. Again, not getting into the details of accessibility, but it's a suggestion to think about how the overall composition of the building kind of can build on historically what this building was. So those are thoughts and comments, but I'm interested in the south wall, materially, is it being painted? It's just great. So.
Yeah, currently it's just painted brick. I believe the current proposal is just repainting that color that matches the existing.
Yeah, I would think that thank you. I think that the choice of that color is an important element of how, I mean, clearly it was just the facade and that was a former party wall. I think thinking about that color and as part of whatever recommendation this body makes, I would think that the study of that color by staff would be very important because that's gonna contribute to that whole sense of how this entire frontage of West 25th Street feels. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dulick. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate that this building is getting some attention and, right now it kind of looks like a warehouse and it's going to be brought back to, kind of an open space that interacts with the street. So that's very exciting. My comments are mainly concern the first floor, the transom and the bulkhead. It just gives two heavy black stripes, which I think is not appropriate for the building or the area. I come across a lot of storefronts with, the black storefront system, and I've noticed that it really shows the dust and the dirt. It looks dingy if the owners don't intervene and clean it fairly frequently. So that's an ongoing maintenance issue for one thing. I also feel very strongly that there's just too much black being introduced into the environment, And to be honest with you, in the era that these buildings were built, black was associated with mourning and funerals. You know, you don't see a lot of, black as a decorative element other than maybe, the colors of windows. So along with that, the original photograph that you have as part of the presentation, it's very obvious that the bulkhead and the trim is not black. It's something a little bit lighter, something a little more open. So I feel very strongly about that. That the black should be removed and like a nice muted, some sort of color, a beige or something, instead of the black. And I also agree that the south-facing wall that has to be carefully considered as far as color. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Other questions and comments? Mr. Sandberry?
I think it's a great presentation. I'm really happy to see this building come back to life. I mean, I think it's actually occupied, but it doesn't look like it. So I'm happy to see all the openings established. See them reestablished. And I really love that you found a historic photo. I think that that's great. But there's a lot of information here that you can really dig into and replicate on the proposed storefronts. And I don't think it's there yet. So based on this photo, there's actually two separate storefront systems. They're not even the same. Looks like one was maybe altered later on. The one on the south side looks like it's the very original storefront. But the bulkhead is much lower. It's a wood panel system on maybe a stone base, and on the other side you just have the stone base with the window going all the way to the bottom. So in neither of those cases do you have the bulkhead coming up to about where the door handle is. So it seems too high, and I think Mr. Munson's right. The proportions seem off. I think you could go with the raised bulkhead, or you can go all the way to the base like it is on the north side. And I think you have two options there, but taking it all the way to the door handles too high. The same at the top. The transoms are actually not the same height on the transoms. The one on the south side is a little bit higher than the north side. And I think, again, you have options there. It looks like you've chosen the one on the north side, which is up to you. You have options here. But to make that a spandrel glass or something that's not opaque, I strongly disagree with, and I'm surprised that SHPO allowed that. Typically, they won't allow a soffit in front of any window within 8 to 10 feet. So to allow a soffit to cover a transom on the storefront is really surprising. I would almost rather see that mechanics exposed with a transom open. And so, yeah, I would strongly support getting a copy of the part 2, seeing if there's any kind of conditions that were put on that, specifically related to the storefront, because it doesn't seem right to me that would be allowed. I would really strongly encourage you to reopen that transom and drop the bulkhead. I think both of those would make the storefront seem much more appropriate. I'm really happy to see that the upper floors windows are restored. Are they in good enough condition to restore them?
No, they're not. They're full replacements.
They're full replacements, because I thought on your window types it says existing to be repaired.
That's correct. The upper windows on West 25th will be remained and will be repaired. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to see that. And then on the rear, my other question, the windows that have been infilled, you're reopening some of the windows. The other ones are fully infilled and you're going to keep them infilled, right? There's no changing the masonry there. Are any of the windows on the first floor currently filled in with the glass block, or are they all the original windows infilled?
There are a couple filled in with the glass block, but those ones are going to be replaced
With a new window. Okay. If you're going to infill any existing openings, I would suggest recessing that masonry about an inch or so to give a shadow line to show where that window opening used to be. But if that's not the case, all the openings are fully infilled. You get to keep what you have. And then as far as the garden, I think is what we're calling it, that does seem off to me. It feels like this building has been flipped and you're almost treating the rear as your entry space, your front of the building. That's where all the employees are going to park. That's probably where all your clients are coming through. And so the front of the building is being treated as the back of the building, interior wise, right? You've put the kitchen in the back of the inside of the building, which is the front of the outside of the building. And so your kitchen and lunch space is the storefront, and you're opening that up to the public, which right now doesn't seem like a huge issue, but once Irishtown Bend comes in and once all of the big plans with the RTA come in, there's gonna be a lot more traffic on what is planned as the back of the building from the inside. So I think a little bit of that, and I understand the client wants that, and I think they have the outdoor seating on the roof. I feel like it's just hasn't been fully flushed out how that's going to feel to the general public every day, and how much confusion that's going to cause once this becomes a high traffic area. So I would strongly encourage reinvestigating that garden space as a fully private space. It does feel like it wants to be more of a public space. Again, right now it's not a highly trafficked area by pedestrians, but I think it will be. And so that just feels off to me. So I'm in full support. I'm very happy that it's a tax credit project. I think that it's great to see this liven up, but I think it's not there for a full approval yet. I think there's a couple of things specifically on the storefront and windows that need to be fleshed out.
Yeah, I'll just comment in regards to the storefront. It was our will originally that we wanted to open up those transoms as well, but that was actually something SHPO came back to us and required that we drop the transom. And that's actually, if you go in there, that's the existing conditions reflect that as well.
Okay, are you keeping the ceiling that you have?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sandberry. I think everyone has said, I think this is a great project. And it was just funny because I was just driving by the building and just, sort of daydreaming, like, when is that going to happen? So it's wonderful to see that, making this investment. I think I agree with the majority of everything that everybody said. The garden area, if we want to call it that, is the area that causes me just the most angst of confusion. So I think really exploring that, I don't think we have to solve it here, but being clear of where your public entry is going to be, even though this is a private, company, where your entry is, and then providing clear paths to that. So that's either, revisiting the garden area, readjusting its location so that it can be accessible, but really does help define what they're trying to do is where does the public come in? Even though it might be into the kitchen area, I like that. I like seeing the activity on the street. So I really like that you put it there and didn't put a sparse lobby there and put everybody in the back of the building. So I do like that you've provided that energy in the storefronts that will probably be there. But just helping people outside of the organization understand, you know, where their entry is and how the gated area will be probably not encourage people to come in. It might cause more confusion. Like I'd probably go to the north door because that's free access versus that south door. So just rethinking that, I think, is something that needs to happen, along with, you know, some of the other things that have been said today. I have noted a few, you know, requirements or recommendations, but I think, in my opinion, many of these could be handled through staff. But I will let the whole commission, you know, decide if we feel like that is an agreement or if it needs to come back to us. Other questions and comments from the commission?
I'll just add one small thing that I think Secretary Muslin's observation about the sun and the heat on this corridor in this area is astute. And so if there is a way to integrate a street tree into sort of, so I know there's one a little bit to the north of your building along the frontage, I think that would help make that outdoor seating area a lot more pleasant, as well as sort of just overall improve the public realm in front of the building. So just something to consider.
All right, excellent. Mr. Julick?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Along those lines, I think we're all still struggling with the whole notion of this bulkhead and the proportions of the storefront. I think that's universally acknowledged. I don't know that awnings are a possibility on this building, even though we might not have historical evidence, but that is maybe an option. Maybe it makes it feel more accessible, but I think Director Mersman's point is well taken. As well as the point that this is going to be one small component of what's going to be a transformed north end of West 25th Street. So it's another option to consider that may be a historically appropriate way to address what does feel like a dark, opaque band where you want at least light, if not some kind of visual engagement between the inside and the outside of the building, right? So that's just a final comment. I guess part of that comment is, are we, Madam Chair, are we sliding over into a option to consider tabling, to consider all of these things?
I think that is, you know, something we have to decide. If I have noted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
A lot.
7, 8, but you know, some of these all slide under what has been required. If it is, and us understanding the requirements of the Part 2 might help us define what the right solutions are. We can object to it, but we're not going to cause issues with a Part 2 if SHPO's already approved something. So I think that's probably the crux of what I see could table, which means you could come back in 2 weeks and just submit the information to staff so that we have a better understanding of those things related to the bulkhead and the transom and so forth. Those are the two, I think, major ones that people have made comments to. So we have that option. If we're not comfortable with, you know, having staff make the decision on these, then we should table it. But if we're comfortable with staff defining these details or having the final approval, then we can move forward.
Hey guys, it's Eric Prose here, DS Architecture 2. Maybe I can offer, I'm sitting here in front of my computer with some photos and things, so I maybe got a little more insight into some of the questions that have been raised. So submitting my name for the record, but just to offer a little more, I guess, context, excuse me, for the transom across the top. It is a unique situation, and the intent behind our decision to take this approach is to preserve as much of the tin ceiling as possible inside. And it is quite a unique situation where they actually did sort of scroll and have tin molding around the inside that follow the profile of the bulkhead, as we're calling it. So it is quite unique in that sense, but all the existing tin ceiling reflect the same profile that we are trying to restore with that bulkhead inside. So that's the intent. And that's sort of the reason why this is a little bit of a unique approach. I can't disagree with the height of we're calling it a bulkhead, the knee wall, whatever the bottom portion wants to be. I think that's something we should explore. And if that's a conditional approval item that we could say, you're kind of right, that is a little heavy. Let's look at lowering that. I don't think our client would have any issues, but one of our thought processes there is that we have some seating conditions inside. So we'll take that into consideration to see where some built-in seating would sit inside those bay windows. That's really the kind of the tug of war between inside and outside of, as you guys have said, the building in a real sense is flipped. The main entrance for all employees and visitors will be in the rear. The front of the building really isn't intended for public access. And I think we have some signage in our submission that show how we're handling that with a little bit of information on those doors. If someone were to walk up and say, I'm here for my appointment with Flanagan Georgalis, it indicates main entry is in the rear of the building. So we're hoping that the signage helps contribute to the understanding of the public that, hey, these doors are here for egress, really for the upper floors only, and for that access out to the sort of employee garden, we'll call it. So I'm not sure if that helps answer any of the questions or give a little more clarity on why some of those decisions were made, but happy to provide some photographs if that's helpful. But certainly don't want to rush the process, but we've been awarded the project to move forward. If tabling it and coming back in 2 weeks is the best case for the commission, we certainly appreciate that. But if there are conditions you'd like us to accept in order to get a conditional approval, we're happy to go that route as well. So thank you for your time.
There are enough kind of questions here, and it sounds like some of them may have, good answers, good justifications in that SHPO part 2 and the back and forth that went on there. So I think staff would recommend tabling it, and in the meantime, working with staff on kind of resolving those. So when you come back in 2 weeks, you don't have to give a full presentation, just kind of report back on the issues that were raised as concerns and outstanding. Would be my recommendation.
So I think we're really close. The devil's in the details, as I always say, but I think we're down to just needing to see it a little bit more detailed and hear about it, so that we can feel confidence that, we're aligned with what's appropriate to achieve your tax credits, but what's also appropriate for the street also. But hold that thought for a second, Mr. Lozier.
Sorry, I do have one more sort of question as a follow-up. So I do appreciate the additional context about why the transoms are opaque due to the tin ceiling. I just have a follow-up question about that. Is the tin ceiling existing in both sides of throughout the entire sort of storefront area, or is it one storefront versus the other?
Yes, the tin ceiling's on pretty much the entirety of the first floor of the building.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So I think, Ian, the commission is leaning towards tabling this so that we can just see the part 2 and really talk through these details and let staff really review them with you, just so that we can feel confident in the approval. And we do need owner approval to do that, or the representative. So do we have your approval to table you, which would allow you to talk offline with staff and come back as soon as 2 weeks to present and get final approval?
Yes.
So thank you. So we do have approval to table from the owner. Would someone like to make a motion?
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to table.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Sandberg, thank you for the second. Any further discussion? Nope. All right, Mr.
Sorry. Sorry, I might just make the recommendation when the applicants come back is to there's a number of things that we would like them to address. One is the storefront. 2, I think, is the coloration, the paint color for the south side of the building, as well as studying some other paint color options for the transom and the knee wall. So those are just some of the things that I would be looking forward to seeing some responses to.
Right, I can go through the list of things that we were talking about. So sharing the part 2, exploring a different color or a 2-color scheme for the front, for the first floor, adjusting or revisiting the seating area on the first floor, submitting the south wall color, reviewing the transom to help us understand and the section through it basically would be really good to see, just to understand how those align. And then explore lowering the bulkhead. And then finally, there's could be exploration on the canopies if the transom has to be the height or depth, I guess it has to be for the tin ceilings. So those were, very minute little things that I think, but would really help us understand. Because obviously this is a great building and we're, the details are almost there, but help us understand a little bit more. And then I think we'll be good. So those are the items that I noted. Did I hit them all? Okay. So we're gonna let Mr. Mussing, I'm trying to stall so he can plug in his
You're good, you're
computer
good.
so he doesn't die in the middle of it. He's running the meeting.
Got my charger.
That's what Carl's great at. So, all right, so we have a motion second, no further discussion. So Mr. Mussing, please call it.
All right. Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Dulick,
Yes.
Councilmember Gray, Mr. Lozier,
Yes.
Director Mersman,
Yes.
Mr. Sandberg,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yeah.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
and Ms. Trott.
Yes,
The motion passes unanimously.
great. So just, follow up those details to staff and then, we look forward to seeing you again in 2 weeks. Okay, thank you. Then we'll move on to our next applicant located at 1477 East 106th Street renovation.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. This is Sam Diaquila, an architect on the west side of Cleveland. I was brought into this house project by the owner, Josh Janis, who purchased this house in late November of 2024 from a sheriff's sale. This has sold twice before that, about a year before that and a year before it. The house was condemned a couple of years ago, and the two previous owners did most of the work in this house. They replaced the windows, redid the roofing. The current owner, what he has done is he painted the house this blue color and painted the trim a soft white. He refinished all of the existing railings and the columns. And the only thing that's really left to be done is the underside of the porches. There's a front, a small side porch, and a rear porch. But next slide. This kind of gives you the location. It's on the corner of Ashbury and East 106th. Next slide. This is just an overhead view. It's a very large double, two-family. One entrance is on the left side in the back. The second entrance is on the right side. Next slide. This shows you what we could find on Google Maps. This was a condition of the house several years ago. This is the front elevation. Next slide. This is the side view facing Ashbury, the north side of the house. Next. This is the rear entrance, or the rear unit, if you will. Next slide. This is, again, these views as renovated with the new shingles, the new paint, the railings, and the columns all redone. It's hard to see, but right now the underside of those porches is just open to framing. Next slide. This is this corner view. Shows you, and again, there were some questions when we met with the board a couple of weeks ago. It's unfortunate these windows were all replaced an owner or two before the current owner purchased the property. Next slide. It's a side view. As you can see, he's done a very nice job. He's totally renovated the interior. Next slide. That he's kept all of the detail on the outside. He's repaired it. He's fixed up the shingles and replaced them with wood shingles. Next slide. This kind of shows you the railings. They were all stripped and painted, and they're, very surprisingly good shape. Next slide. You kind of see these are the windows that are in there and the door that was in there. Let's put those in there as kind of a reference. Next slide. These are the paint colors that you see on the siding and the trim. And next slide, that may be it. Or this is the vinyl coated tongue and groove ceiling material that they want to use on the underside of the porches. And next slide, and I think that may be it. Shows you the porches. These are the different porches as they exist. Now, this is really the only work that's left to be done. The contractor was stopped in the middle of doing this. Either there's some conflict at the building department, whether they had a building permit or not, but they did not have any landmarks approval for this. Next slide. So that's it. So we respectfully ask that you, from my understanding from some of the local people, this house was in really rough shape and potentially was going to be demolished. And the current owner, Josh Janis, has done a really nice job, is planning on, continuing in landscaping and making this a very nice property.
All right, thank you for the presentation. We'll then move on to the Design Review Advisory Committee recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This project was reviewed by the Greater Northeast Historic Design Review Advisory Committee on June 17th. The committee did not have quorum, but the committee members there did discuss the work completed at some points before 2024. They did note that there were some decorative windows that were lost, and the first floor appeared to have cottage sash windows, but key features for the building, like the porches and the chimney, had retained. They did say the blue was an improvement in the color. The porch ceiling and the porch, restoration of the spindles was appreciated, and that the work done and the kind of effort put into making this home livable and put together again was commendable, considering just the hard life the home had in the past 10 years.
Excellent, thank you. And then landmark staff recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the application before us today is for rehab. There was work done without a permit. At some point, it was flagged. So basically, everything that's been done so far is all, essentially before you guys for approval, even though the work was done previously. It's a little confusing with the prior owner doing a lot of the work. And as Jessica and the local committee noted, it's sad to see some of the architectural details, like the windows on the third floor, those historic window sash, disappear, but essentially it's gone. There's a new owner now. Looks like they're doing a nice rehab. So I think it's something that, staff is supportive of. In general, they're doing a nice project and there's not much we can do to undo the past. We probably would have pushed back on the replacement of those windows, but this isn't that owner that did that. So it makes it a little, awkward to push back.
Agree. Okay. Thank you for that recommendation. Then we'll open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. I'd like to start us off. Ms. Lozier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of comments and maybe a couple of questions. So just to confirm, the original third floor windows, the decorative windows, are completely gone. They weren't retained at any point in time. They're not hiding in an attic or basement, correct?
Correct.
That's what I thought. So thank you for that clarification. I think it's certainly unfortunate that this project didn't come before us, as the work was being done previously. I think that the biggest sort of concern from my end is the use of the vinyl windows throughout. However, I think what is extremely commendable is that the original siding was retained and painted, and vinyl siding was not put up to cover it up. The fact that the original spindles were maintained and rehabbed, which is fantastic. So I think all in all, while this didn't come to us before us previously, I'm really happy with what has been done to this building to date. And when it comes to the underside of the porch ceiling, I think the material that's being proposed is acceptable from my perspective. But thank you for coming before us today and presenting this project.
No, and I appreciate that, and so does the owner. And if he could do everything all over again, he would have. He follows the book and goes by the book, and just like I say, it was a couple of owners before it, and previous owner went bankrupt. The house went through sheriff's sale. It's been bouncing around for a few years.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Lozier. Other questions and comments from the commission? I'll echo what has been said by Mr. Lozier and by staff if this had come in front of us, we probably would have some objections, but we appreciate that the new owner is trying to follow the appropriate process and bring forward everything and get the house, let's just say, aligned and approved for what has been done and needs to be done. So overall, I'm in support of the renovations. I don't have objections to the material that is being proposed, but I would like to see the details of how it's going to be installed, what direction, what's the finished details and so forth, so that could be approved by staff to make sure that it's installed as discreetly as possible and with the right details that will work with the existing conditions, the wood detailing that has been maintained. So I can support the material, but would like details submitted to staff for review and approval.
I appreciate that and can do that. Just the owner's he's been very patient and has sat, the house has sat with no work going on. Actually, someone had moved into this house unbeknownst to the owner, and they've got that person out, but they'd really like to get this, from an architectural standpoint, they're building, boxing out a beam there. You see the headers that are still in good shape. They're boxing those out and then running the tongue and groove, perpendicular to the face of all the house. So it's running in, if you will, in the short direction of the three porches.
Yeah. So I think it's just submitting this in writing for staff to review, and
Okay.
I don't see this as something. It would be a condition on the approval.
Okay.
So, other questions and comments from the commission, Mr. Julick?
Yeah, just a quick comment. I just want to understand a little bit more about the material, and obviously staff can review this. It says it's reversible. It looks like a higher quality material of the simulated beadboard than maybe I'm used to seeing.
Right.
Almost looks like there's the double with sort of the wider profile, and then there's the narrower profile with the actual beads.
Right.
Is that an option to go with the narrower profile with the simulated beads?
Yes, we can do it that way. Yeah, we showed the wider one here, but yes, the other side is a 3
Okay.
boards per piece. Yeah, they're not a problem at all. Yeah.
I think the key to a material like this, which is like painted beadboard, is that it simulates the historic profiles that have been removed as much as possible. And I think certainly in my experience, the narrower beadboard, so it's on my porch with the actual expressed beads, is going to give much more texture and detail. So we appreciate you submitting a material that does a better job than some of getting us to that more appropriate place for a porch ceiling. So thank you.
It's not a problem. We can do that. Now add that in writing to the comments.
All right. Any other questions or comments from the commission? Would someone like to make a motion? Mr. Doolittle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve as presented, noting the commission's appreciation for the owner's efforts to make the best of a challenging situation. Conditions are that the final details and profiles of the proposed ceiling material are submitted for staff review.
We have a motion on the table with a condition. Do we have a second? Thank you, Mr. Samberry. Motion is second. Any further discussion? Not seeing any. Mr. Wilson, please call roll.
Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Dryer?
Yes.
Mr. Dulick?
Yes.
Councilmember Gray?
Yes.
Mr. Lozier?
Yes.
Dr. Mersman?
Yes.
Mr. Samberry?
Yes.
Mr. Strickland?
Yes.
Dr. Williams?
Yes.
And Ms. Trout?
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
So congratulations. We look forward to seeing your project move forward.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate your interest and it's interesting just listening to the whole process. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to our next applicant. Yeah, I know the third.
Madam Chair, I have to.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Strickland. We will complete the sixth one and then we'll come back to the third applicant. But we'll move on to the next applicant located at 2830-36 Martin Luther King Drive, First Hungarian Lutheran Church demolition.
Hi, good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Lou John, City of Cleveland Demolition Bureau. So this is the First Hungarian Lutheran Church. This project came to me via Council President Griffin. He was getting a lot of complaints from Benedict, Cleveland Clinic in the area based on the condition of the property for safety in the region for students and, patients alike. Next slide. This is like a church, and then there's like a school component. And also, there's like a small one dwelling unit house on the property. It's zoned as a office residential. It's in the Buckeye Neighborhood Committee neighborhood, and it's you can go to the next slide. And so the owner is JSC Property LLC. They've owned it since about July of 2020. It just got recently condemned through all the complaints from council, got condemned about last year. We've had about 8 formal complaints, 4 board ups, and as mentioned before, Cleveland Clinic, Benedict High School, and Council President Griffin is advocating for this demolition. There really isn't any ongoing legal issues. They did get a board up permit and they did board up the property to secure it. It's been probably vacant since 2018 when we started getting complaints. Taxes are up to date. And again, like I said, the main issue is that the neighborhood, the students and the patients alike are concerned with the safety. Next slide. As you can see, it's in the corner of Buckeye, MLK, on East Boulevard. Next slide. Go to the next.
It has a slight delay.
Oh, okay.
Jessica's trying. There you go.
Okay, well, I guess we'll just go through you can just scroll through slowly through the pictures. The brick is in solid condition. I think the owners have rectified some of the openings and whatnot, and they patched up some of the roofs. There were, I believe, a fire in the main structure and also the one dwelling unit as well. Again, most of this stemming from maybe squatters going in and as you can see, there's a little bit of burn mark in there. And that's the one dwelling house. And again, if this was approved, we would demolish everything, remove all the foundation, level the site, clean it with backfill, and obviously seed and straw. And one final comment is that the owner is currently working with Coon Restoration, who is an expert in this area. And I believe the owner did come today. And that's it.
Excellent. Thank you for the presentation. Would the owner like to say something before we move on in the process?
Thank you. I'm Steve Kuhn with Kuhn Restoration. I've been working in Cleveland since I was 15, so almost 50 years doing building restoration. We did building restoration before it was cool. So, but we've enjoyed a lot of nice projects. We're doing that art craft building right now and just finished the West Side Market clock tower. So we touch a lot of historic buildings. Martin Luther, or the Hungarian Church, when that came available 5 years ago, I purchased that. My grandmother was born in Hungary, and it just, I think the Cleveland Restoration Society let me know that I was coming for sale, and I just couldn't see it going to a landfill. So I bought it, and then, of course, right after that, COVID hit. And then here, not quite 2 years ago, I had full intentions of restoring the whole thing. I've restored over 100 historic buildings myself that I personally own. JSC is one of our historic properties companies that, we go through. But my youngest son passed away, and he handled all the historic stuff. He was 35 years old, and it just kind of put things on hold. And so from COVID to Sean passing, I decided about a year ago that I was going to move some of these properties that, this was kind of shovel ready, but I've still got to get it listed and all that. So I talked to a good friend of mine, Jed Hartzell, and Jed got hooked up with Cherry Architects, who's done a lot of historic rehab, and they've actually done stuff for me. And so it was a good choice. I didn't want to just move this along to anybody. And I told Jed, and I sold it to him a lot less than what I would have or could have sold it to either the clinic or the school. But my intention was to save it, not for this building to end up in a landfill. It's a beautiful building. I've told Jed that I'll stay with him and help him. This will be his first historic rehab that he's done as an owner, him and his brother. But I would help them along the way, and they've got a great architect to do that too. So I'm not worried about that. We just want to get it off the demolition list and let them get started. And maybe with that said, Jed, if you were or your team want to comment, I just wanted to tell you how it got to this point. And believe me, I would have started it if some of the other things didn't happen. So thank you.
Yes, please go ahead, Mr. Hartzell.
Yeah, this is Jed Hartzler with Hartzler Capital. My brother and I have entered into a letter of intent to purchase the Hungarian Church from Steve at JSC Properties there. We do a lot of historic renovation work in the Cleveland area. We've done the Howley Building, Worthington Yards, a lot of big projects down there. And this is our first go with actually doing full renovation ourselves, and thankful to Steve for kind of rallying around us and leading the charge there for us. So I noticed the photos that were presented are older photos. I would encourage that that the council take a trip to the site currently. We've invested around $20,000 in removing probably 10 or 11 dumpsters full of junk. We've also mulched the entire facility, mowed the entire facility, edged all the sidewalks, reduced all of the overhangs over all the sidewalks so that it's not, it doesn't look like an abandoned site, and hopefully to keep any passerbys from wanting to enter the site. So we've entered into a verbal agreement with Berardi Architects. Jessica is on the is attending here by video as well. Our goal is to submit for historic tax credits for this project, both state and federal, and turn the project into high-end apartments with a retail space in the sanctuary area. So maybe if it's okay, I would like to turn it over to Jessica to talk about the time frame of all this and the plan for submitting for historic credits and the plan going forward, if that was okay with the council.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Jessica Chuna. I am with Berardi Partners Architects. We are the architect of record and the historic consultant for the project. Jed approached us to get our assistance in preserving and saving this building. We plan to pursue a National Register nomination for this building for the sake of the tax credits. We know it's locally designated, which is why we're here today. And with that designation, we're able to pursue the state level tax credits as soon as fall of this year, in the fall round 35. Ideally, we would hit round 36 next spring in order to be able to align the state and the federal application, but we are happy to pursue a fall application if the council would like us to move on this faster. But we can do the state credits as soon as this fall, pursue a National Register nomination. That would enable us to apply for the federal credits, and that would give us up to 45% of our funding that we would need for our qualified rehabilitation expenses for this project. We've engaged a structural engineer to help us assess our existing conditions and stabilize the project for rehabilitation. And a little background about myself, I used to work at SHPO, and I have a decent rapport with SHPO and am able to, get our projects in and out the door very quickly there. Like Steve and Jed, we've worked in the Cleveland market a lot within the city of Cleveland and in the Cleveland area on buildings of all shapes and sizes and conditions. And I just want to, add on to what Steve said about the importance of this building to the immigrant communities that came to Cleveland in the 1900s, my family being one of them, especially the Hungarians that were in the Buckeye community as early as the 1900s, 1920s, 1940s, who fled Europe during the wars, and many chose to become American citizens after World War I, seeing better opportunity here than in Hungary. So yeah, we are with Steve and Jed for the preservation and rehabilitation of this building in accordance with the Secretary of the Interior standards.
All right, thank you for that update. We appreciate it. Anything else from the presentation, or can we continue to move on?
Could I just make one more comment? I think his budget was like $5.2 million invested in that building in that neighborhood. And I know he did get a letter from the Cleveland Clinic and the school, both withdrawing their complaints, saying if, you go forward with what you're doing, we're for it. I'm just kind of paraphrasing that, but Jed, you could add to that.
Yeah, absolutely. The president of the Benedictine School, along with Michelle Marks from the clinic, had posted a letter to the councilman, Mr. Griffin, regarding the withdrawal of their complaints, saying that as long as things progress as we discussed on site, we did meet everyone on site a few weeks ago to kind of discuss the plans and what they would like to see for the property, because it does border the school and the Cleveland Clinic there. So we understand their complaints, certainly. And we did comply with everything that they had asked us to do in getting that to a point where it made sense for them to say, okay, we will withdraw our complaints provided everything moves forward as proposed.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you for that feedback. Has it been submitted to staff, those letters?
Staff has not received those.
Okay, so we'd ask you to forward those. And I think staff does have a report related to that site visit that maybe go to next.
We do. This also went to the design review committee.
Which one should we do first?
Probably design review, public comment first, then finish with staff.
Okay, perfect. So let's do that. Design review committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This project was reviewed, the project for the demolition of the building was reviewed by the Greater Cuyahoga Valley Historic Design Review Advisory Committee on June 17th. The committee recommended the denial of the demolition proposal. They stated that church conversions are highly possible. The building looked very solid and would be a great enhancement with future use, and noted the progress on the site recently. And then we did receive public comments. As Secretary Musson noted, we have not received anything about removing any public comment, and so we'll continue with what we have. We did receive 2 public comments, one from Benedictine High School and the other from Cleveland Clinic Children's. The comments stated concern on safety in the neighborhood, public health, integrity of the surrounding community, and security for the neighbors with the vacant exposed building, and stated they would like to see the building revived and stabilized or demolished to remove blight from the neighborhood. We also did receive a comment from the Cleveland Restoration Society, who were going to try to make it but weren't able to, that was in support of denial of the request in favor of allowing the owner time to pursue an adaptive reuse of the building, and that the condition did not warrant demolition.
Thank you for that report. We'll then move on to landmark staff report and recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Carl's actually going to be giving us a staff report that includes a bit of history of the building and its cultural heritage. This isn't to justify its significance. That's already been done when this building was designated as a historic landmark in the 1980s. But since it's been 40 years and that was a different generation of the commission, we thought it might be helpful to get an overview of why it's important to our cultural heritage and why it's significant. Also just wanted to note that, with the ownership showing up, and bringing their architect, we aren't here to review or critique any proposed plans. Them showing up is purely to demonstrate that there is an active and interested owner who has plans and a timeline to move forward with a appropriate rehabilitation. So with that, Mr. Brunges.
Thank you, Secretary Musson. Good morning, everyone. In looking up the research, we had to wanted to update and make sure we had everything up, correct from our files, because these are also 40 years old. Research has been collected from the Encyclopedia of Cleveland History, Cleveland Historical, and various newspapers from the time periods. From about 1870 on, there was a mass immigration from Europe to escape poverty and to fill jobs created during the America's Industrial Revolution. Many Hungarians left for economic reasons with the intention of saving money and returning home afterward. Between 1870 and 1920, there were approximately 2 million immigrants from Hungary to the United States. In 1900, there were 9,558 Hungarians in Cleveland. A distinct neighborhood came into being during the mid-1880s. Hungarians settled around Madison Street, now East 79th and Woodland Avenue, from East 65th Street onward. Streets particularly heavy concentrations of Hungarian residents included Bismarck, Rawlings, and Holton. The neighborhood was near several major factories on the southeast side of Cleveland, including the Eberhard Manufacturing Company, Glidden Varnish Company, and the Van Dorn Iron Works. Cleveland's earliest Hungarian church denominations included the First Hungarian Reformed in 1891, St. Elizabeth's Roman Catholic, and St. John's Greek Catholic, both in 1892. The First Hungarian Lutheran Church was established in 1906. They moved into the church and parsonage built by St. John's on Rawlings Avenue. In 1913, they began the Hungarian Charity Home, an institution including an orphanage, home for the aged, a day nursery, and a home for unemployed domestic workers. In the aftermath of World War I, the Treaty of Trianon in 1920 caused Hungary to lose 71% of its territory, created new international borders, and imposed other sanctions. Rather than return to their homeland, as many had done during the war, local Hungarians began purchasing their homes, setting down roots, and becoming U.S. citizens. The 1920 census showed that over 42,000 people stated they were born in Hungary. The original neighborhood expanded and began moving up the hill to the upper Buckeye area out to East 125th Street. In the development of the Buckeye Road Hungarian community, 1920 to 1930 is known as the period of expansion, and 1930 to 60 is considered the period of stability. Even during that stability, the beginnings of outward movement were beginning. By 1937, the church had plans to move to East Boulevard and Buckeye Road. Completed in 1941, was built in European Gothic style in brick and sandstone with a seating capacity of 350. The Sunday school hall had seating for 400, with interior details of the chancel, pulpit, lectern, and choir stalls all in elm. The rectory is the same exterior materials as the church and has 7 rooms. And you can see here the original configuration of the property. Between 1947 and 53, approximately 6,000 Hungarian immigrants arrived in Cleveland. Post-World War II, immigrants left Hungary because of changes in the political system, not for economic reasons, and intended to return to Hungary when the Soviet occupation of the country ended. The addition was built in 1954, and after moving the house south on the property, the building was named for Louis Kossuth, the noted Hungarian liberator. The building included several schoolrooms, a chapel, apartments for the sexton and assistant pastor, and a library. The Hungarian Revolution broke out in Budapest on October 23rd, 1956, against the Hungarian communist regime, which ultimately failed. In 1957, more than 40,000 refugees arrived in the United States, many settling in Cleveland, bringing new life to many of the local ethnic organizations. From the 1960s on, the Hungarian population in the neighborhood declined. Membership at the church followed suit as the congregation moved away or passed away. On Sunday, October 1st, 2006, the church celebrated its 100th anniversary. The property stayed in the church's name until November 2018, when it was sold to an out-of-state LLC. 2 years later, it transferred twice into the current ownership. Staff, members of the Design Review Advisory Committee, and Landmarks Commission toured the site earlier this month. Both the church and the house are solidly built and are great candidates for rehabilitation. We do acknowledge and understand the concerns of the neighbors. It is unfortunate the property has gotten to this point in the last few years. However, demolition is not the answer here at this time. Demolition of our historic structure should be the last resort after all other possibilities have been examined. With the current and future owners preparing plans for reuse and applying for state and federal historic tax credits, we should be supporting them in their efforts to retain the buildings. The proposal to demolish these structures is not in line with the mission of the Cleveland Landmarks Commission and is therefore not appropriate. Staff recommends denial of the issuance of a certificate of appropriateness at this time. However, there needs to be a commitment from the ownership parties, as has been demonstrated thus far, to maintain the property, keeping it secure, and to have good communication with staff, the council president, and the neighbors as this progresses. We look forward to seeing this property being placed back to an active use and to continue the Hungarian heritage of the city of Cleveland. Thank you.
Mr. Bruntis. All right, then we will open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. We are reducing down in numbers, so it makes it easy to look back and forth. Any questions and comments? I guess I'll start off. I mean, and with the presence of the owner and the statements of their their aspirations, because I'll still say that it's still that. I would support denial of it, but I would support a timetable being placed on that so that it does secure or try to assure that something, it's not aspirations, it actually becomes reality. So that is my feedback, is that I think the building appears, I wasn't on the tour, to be in a renovatable state and not.
Got great bones.
It looks like it has great bones. So that's my personal opinion and my position on the project. Mr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to point out, Director Mersman had to step out, but she did send me a message saying that she wanted to share that she's supportive of denying the demolition, but acknowledges the long-term challenges the site has presented to the neighborhood and in the past, and that keeping the site clean and secure as the project is finalized will be very important. So I think with that, staff would recommend denial of the certificate of appropriateness with the expectation, understanding that the ownership will work with staff as they develop their project moving forward, and that we'll be keeping an eye on the upkeep of the property, ensuring that it's safe, secure, and clean. And if it's not, the city certainly has every right to come back at that point, because it would be a new set of circumstances. So we just introduce a new case. But hopefully that won't be the case.
All right. Okay. Thank you for that update. Other questions and comments from the commission? Felix?
Yeah, cautious optimism and a commitment to doing this is a wonderful thing. We see a lot of these situations in front of this body. And I just want to commend everybody involved for the efforts to do that. And, you know, may you succeed and be an example to others who are the owners of these kinds of historic properties that can be repurposed, as difficult as they may be. So just appreciate that this is a more optimistic outcome than we sometimes face with these structures. And that's really heartening to me personally, but I think in general to this commission.
When driving up here this morning, I talked with Jed, and I said, I've never done a full rehab restoration project where it hasn't sparked 2 or 3 or 4 additional projects within a block or two, ever. And we work all over the entire state. And Jed's already saying, I would really like to look at maybe a couple other projects in the area. And I know with talking with Kathleen, there's another project she wants me to look at just a couple blocks away. It's one of the oldest homesteads in the entire area. It's all stone. So I said, no, I'll be all over it. So, but just wanted to comment on that.
Condolences about your son, and, you know, Godspeed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Julick. Other questions and comments, or someone like to make a motion? Mr. Julick?
I would like to make a motion to deny a certificate of appropriateness for the demolition of this property.
I'll keep it going, and then I'll do we have a motion? Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. We have motion second. Can I recommend adding the requirements that an update is given on the requirement that an update is given to staff within what would the appropriate timetable be, Dan?
Based on, I believe you guys were working on your part 1 with the SHPO. I think just, you know, within 6 months, we'd expect to see some movement on that.
The application's in September, and then they'll let them know mid-December. SHPO will let them know if it's approved, but I've got to think they should get approval on this.
So I'd say, you know, I think regular updates would be appreciated, but certainly a hard check-in at 6 months to see where they're at, and staff can raise concerns then if we have them.
Okay, so with the requirement, Mr. Dulick, do you agree with that requirement?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Lozier, do you agree?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so we have that motion, that requirement, and I should have said it, I think it was said upkeep is continued for that 6 months related to the property and the boarding of the building. Do you agree with that, Mr. Dulick and Mr. Lozier?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, I should have spit that out.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so then, any further discussion? No? All right, Mr.
Madam
Wilson.
Chair, this is Robert Hogue. I just wanted to make sure you were aware that I am online.
We are, Mr. Hogue, when we are about to get to you. Let us just take a quick vote on the case in front of you, and then we will get to you here momentarily.
Yes,
yeah,
thank you.
That's Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hartzler.
Was that leftover, Jen?
I'm sorry. What was that said?
You have a hand up. Did you?
I apologize. I will lower that. I left it up. I apologize.
No worries. No worries. All right, then Mr. Messon, please go.
All right, Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Dreyer?
Yes.
Mr. Dulick?
Yes.
Councilmember Gray? Mr. Lozier?
Yes.
Mr. Sandberg?
Yes.
Mr. Strickland had to step out. Dr. Williams?
Yes.
And Ms. Trott?
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you both. If the call-in user could mute yourself, there you go. Thank you. We're then going to move back to our third applicant, or our case number 25041. Okay, great. Located at 2634 Haddam Road siding replacement. Mr. Hoge, would you like to just introduce yourself and tell us about your project?
Good morning. This is Robert Hogue. with the Home Corp, and I first want to apologize to you, Madam Chair, and the entire board. While I was signed in, my audio wasn't functioning, so I'm grateful that we're talking now. We were on the last meeting, favorably reviewed, recommended to change to a 5-inch clapboard on this siding project, which we have done and resubmitted to you to review and hopefully approve today.
Just tell us when you would like us to advance your slides. We have it pulled up. So can you see the slides?
Yeah, so I would say that's the location. Next slide. That's the front of the home, and I'd like you to focus on the upper left. That's an example where across the gable there, where the 3 windows are located, will now be a 5-inch clapboard. And above that, the gable itself, the triangle area, was already submitted as a shake and confirmed as a 7-inch shake. Next slide. Same, this is from a hover report to give you a little more detail. Jessica had responded in writing to these changes, which we have. Rhonda Curtis, the owner, was happy to accommodate the board, and here we have it. Next slide. Copy of our contract for Rhonda Curtis. Next slide. But here's an example of that siding, that 5-inch in next slide. Here's another example of the shake from the manufacturer's brochure. Next slide. More of the same. Next slide. And then this is the neighborhood. The upper home in the upper left is the next door neighbor with very similar siding and color itself. I think that's the last slide. Next slide and we'll see. Yep, that's it. So that's a summary of our project, and I would address any and all questions that any of you have.
All right, thank you for the presentation. We'll, before we move to our questions and comments, we'll start with Design Review Advisory Committee recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. This project was reviewed by the Greater Cuyahoga Valley Historic Design Review Advisory Committee on June 17th. The project at that time was proposed for a 4-inch Dutch lap siding, and the committee there recommended that something closer to the original profile would be more appropriate. The heavy shadow lines of a clapboard are similar to the neighborhood and more appropriate for that style of home. And so through that discussion, it was noted the 5-inch clapboard, which is now proposed, was available in that same product. The local committee also wanted to see more detail on the size of the shakes, and if the cornice or detail above the windows would be removed, and it was stated that would be coil wrapped in the same color, and so that extra work on the home would be retained. So the committee did recommend the issuance of a certificate of appropriateness with the 5-inch clapboard siding, shake details submitted to staff, and the shadow lines of the gable to retain in the same color.
All right, thank you for that update. Now we'll move on to Landmark staff recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's just a lovely little house. And I think staff, I think largely aligns with the comments from the local committee. There are some trim details in that gable, particularly the ones that separate the second floor from that gable area that are very significant and important. So we just want to see more details as to whether, all of those trim elements, corner boards are going to be retained. is the round vent going to be retained? Are the shutters going to be replaced? And just, in general, I think we feel that it's a predominantly brick house, and this is kind of a small area of siding, and adding 2 different types of siding in this small area might feel a bit busy. This wider style of siding, particularly on a Cape Cod style house, is kind of reminiscent of the shake that you see in New England a lot. I believe the siding that's up there now is 7-inch. So going to a 7-inch vinyl shake may be appropriate. The 5-inch clapboard certainly gets closer to it than the 4-inch Dutch lap. But I guess we feel that simplifying this and using one type of siding in that entire dormer would be more appropriate.
Okay, thank you for that update. Then we'll open up the table to the commission for questions and comments. Mr. Lozier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of questions. Do you happen to know what the vintage when this home was built originally? Is this it looks like it could be, more historic, but it also looks like it could be a newer construction. Do you have a sense of when this home was built?
I do not have a date, but it is, as you just said, it's an absolutely adorable, architecturally interesting home that Rhonda loves. But I don't know that date.
What is the existing siding material made of?
It's a wood 7-inch wood clapboard.
And I guess my question is, what's the current condition of it? I mean, looking at the photos it looks like it seems to be in fairly good condition. But again, photos can be deceiving.
I would say that it is in good condition. It's showing some age, but Rhonda takes good care of her home. And she was very, she's been great to work with. The similar look with a vinyl clapboard at 5-inch, and then those shake shingles on the front, on the gable area there. It's very important to her. She plans on living in this home for a while, wants to do it with your blessing, of course, but she likes the shake and the clapboard. Most of the house is brick, as you can see, but she really likes that 5-inch and the shake.
Gotcha. Thank you for that. And I will say that the house looks to be in extremely good condition. So kudos to the homeowner for doing such a great job, keeping this property up. I have is there any wood shake on the house today, or would this be a new element introduced?
No shake on the house today. She's trying to just improve the curb appeal of the home, but no existing shake today. And it's only that upper area is, I think, approximately 1.5 square or 2, but that's the only area she wants the shake to be implied.
I mean, I understand the desire to change and upgrade the look of the house and of the home. I have a hard time just because of how good condition that the home is currently to make a change like this. At a minimum, I think that retaining the existing siding, but maybe repainting would be preferred over going with a vinyl siding over the existing wood siding. I'd be interested to hear what my colleagues say about the upper portion with the proposed shake. But I would, I mean, this is a very, cute house, and it has a charm in its current condition that I think would be great to sort of keep as is if possible. So those are my comments, and I appreciate your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Lozier. Other
Thank you.
questions? Other questions and comments from the commission? Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in response to your question, Mr. Lozier, according to the county records, it was built in 1949. Currently, there's a round, it's like a vent in the gable, and it looks like that's being eliminated. Is that the case?
That is not the case. However, I didn't have the ability to put that in there. I should have mentioned that. That's a nice feature in that gable that she wants to preserve.
Yeah, I think my feelings correspond with Mr. Lozier's pretty much. I think what's being proposed is it's not bad. It's just I lean towards maintaining what's there, especially since what's there is actually in pretty good condition. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. I guess I'll say it in slightly different, trying to stay consistent with our requirements. Typically, we do not allow vinyl siding in historic districts. We do make exceptions to the sides and rear of non-predominant elevations. So I guess what I am struggling with is the front elevation to try to adhere to our requirements. I could awkwardly support the replacement of the sides with vinyl if they're in bad condition, but the front I'm not in support of right now. I would either recommend maintaining it or in restoring it or replacing it with a higher end material like a cement board so that it has the same appearance as wood versus vinyl. The amount of vinyl that we're proposing on the sides is so small then that to me it really does make me question if it's and the owner just really intent of it. I appreciate that she wants to invest in her house and we truly want to support that and allow her to make the upgrades or to allow her to make upgrades to enhance her house how she wants it to be. But right now, I personally can't support the replacement of the front elevation with vinyl. Other feedback from the commission?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'd like to just make a comment.
This is Councilwoman Gray. I'd like to have something to say, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Councilman Gray.
Thank you. Even though this is not my expertise per se, but since I'm the council in that area, as you know, a couple months ago, another homeowner came and presented her case of putting different types of siding and redecorating her out of her home. By me talking with all the other homeowners in that particular area, which is known as CHOC, and I do a lot of walking and talking. This situation has now been presented a case where years ago, a lot of the other homeowners have already renovated the outside of their homes without going through the proper procedure. So now this is the case of other homeowners would like to upgrade and give their home a different look. But now, since they know the process, they have to come to the Landmark Commission just to discuss this. I think this is one of the reasons why more of the homeowners want a better updated look to their homes because of the historical area that they have lived in. So just say the least, it is a hard pill to start making different type of decisions because of the current designs that they have lived in, but also to look at the fact that whatever that they can have to assist and understand what type of materials that can be used to better the design of the outside of the home, but also keep the historical design as well. So I just want to voice my opinion since that is my area, and I have had a conversation with more of the homeowners want to do that now, and they can't go back where it was, and the other ones that already done it can't change it, but to move forward to kind of take in consideration what type of materials can be used to give them a better look for the future in that community. So that's all I need. That's all I wanted to say, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Gray. We appreciate that feedback. I'm going to ask for you to turn your phone on mute. There we go. Perfect. Thank you. We appreciate that feedback. Mr. Hodge, I think you were going to say something else.
Just have a comment and the feedback. We were in front of the review board a few weeks ago and thought we had responded to all your changes and requests. Moving from a 4-inch clapboard to the 5-inch. We had already talked about the shake, I thought. And I'm just, frankly, I thought we had already responded in a way that you had guided us in the letter that you gave us a couple of weeks ago. And I just wanted to mention that.
Great questions. That committee is advisory to this commission. So that is your first round of review. This is the first time that we, as a Landmarks Commission, the deciding board, has seen your project. So I understand that you may be hearing slightly different feedback from the two different groups. I think the goal is, though, to try to have you aligned with the requirements of this district.
Absolutely want alignment. Absolutely.
So, yeah, we understand the difficulty of hearing slightly different, feedback here, but we are the deciding board for approval. So that is why we're discussing this today.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification.
No problem. Other questions and comments from the commission? Mr. Dulick?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just from staff, I clarify my understanding. We don't allow vinyl in this historic district, correct?
Through the chair, yeah, I mean, there's no special exception for this district that vinyl would be considered, acceptable. The local design review committee seemed comfortable with it at some levels. So, the staff report was largely responding to that, I guess, which, I think those comments would be true whether it remains wood, if it's replaced with hardy, or they did do vinyl siding. We think that one type of siding in that area is plenty.
Yeah, I think this is one of those cases where, maybe, or at least the angels, if not God, is in the details. I really think if we look at this facade and we look at the proportions, the relationship, the importance of that shadow line trim across there, I think within such a small area on the house to have two different textures and scale of siding doesn't seem appropriate. I guess given our guidelines, I would have a hard time departing from those guidelines in this case, especially because the condition of the existing materials does appear to be sound. Short of evidence that these materials are in dire need of replacement, I think we're somewhere between need and desire. And I think when it comes to, I don't think it necessarily needs or requires replacement, even though I understand the homeowner's desire for, say, a easier to maintain, doesn't need painting in a certain number of years product. But I think given the character of the district and particularly the character of this very charming home, I would have a hard time supporting either anything short of replacement in kind, maintain the existing. It's always the first line here. It'd be great if that's what I would like to see happen. Short of that, I think replacement in kind is needed. But if there was a desire to have something more maintenance free, I think I would be willing to support replacement with the existing profiles in a cementitious siding and trim such as hardy siding. I would be okay with the 5-inch on the end gables. Although I have reservations about that, I understand that within our guidelines, we have allowed that. So I would consider supporting that. Then again, when I look in 3 dimensions and I look at the siding, I look at the profiles, I look at the lines, I look at that sort of fusion of New England and a Western Reserve brick bungalow, whatever you want to call it, this kind of wonderful fusion of styles. And I do think the visual continuity of maintaining what is there is what I would say I recommend and feel strongly, if it's possible, can and should be maintained. But like I said, I'd be willing to compromise on the end, even though I think there would be some loss of character to the 3-dimensional quality of this home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Julick. So I think we're reaching that point, and the number of commission members we have with us is still appropriate, but we've gone through most of us. So we have 2 options to move forward. We can either take a vote on the proposal, which would either be approve or deny the application, and if it was denied, you'd have to come back with a different proposal. Or we could table you to allow you to talk to the owner and see what she'd like to do related to the proposal, and come back and work with staff to see if it meets the requirements or the feedback received from the commission. Do you have Mr. Hoge, do you have a
Yeah, I'm just thinking on my feet here. My thought with a question, my thought is to table and get feedback from the owner, Rhonda Curtis. I just want to be respectful of all the comments because they're good ones, and this is a terrific home that she loves. I think my thought is to table for the day.
Okay. And like we said, we support, renovations and want her to make, the upgrades that or to continue to upgrade her house appropriately, but we just want to make sure it meets the guidelines. So I think that's the right decision.
And I wanted clarification. Now we have just a moment. Vinyl is acceptable in this neighborhood. Half a dozen homes on this street recently appear to have vinyl siding. And I just want to confirm that I don't want to collide with a restriction that I'm not aware of.
So we can clarify that per the requirements of the historic district, vinyl is not acceptable. There are exceptions that are made by our commission to concede, because we do understand the expense of that on the sides, or I should say on the non-prominent elevations, which are typically the sides and the rear, if it is not a corner lot. But on the front, we do try to be consistent with maintaining that requirement.
Sure.
So it probably means those people did not come through the appropriate approval process. So we thank you for coming through it correctly.
Well, we want to be respectful and good citizens in the community. We'll table for now, and I'll have a conversation. I want to be respectful of the owner, communicate our findings here. Should I expect a letter of some kind in the near future?
Yes.
Okay.
We need to go through the final formality of taking a vote and then staff will contact you offline.
Yep.
All right. So then we do have approval from the owner. Do we have a motion to table?
I'll move to table.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
A second.
All right. Thank you. We have a second from Councilman Gray. I'm assuming we're good with discussion. Oh, Mr. Lozier. Go ahead.
Thank you. Again, I understand the desire and want to upgrade, upgrade materials, upgrade, the look and feel of a home. I would ask that the applicant and the homeowner consider paint as an option to provide a fresher look for this home. Again, it seems like it's been extremely well maintained. It looks like the siding seems to be in pretty darn good condition. And I would hate to lose the charm by replacing, the existing historic original materials with something new, just to sort of provide a refreshed look. So those are my just considerations as the applicant continues to have conversations with the homeowner.
Thank you, Mr. Lozier. Any further discussion? All right, Mr. Musson, please call roll.
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Dulick. Yes. Councilmember Gray,
Choose a second on the motion.
yes, Mr. Lozier,
Yes.
Mr. Sambry,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
and Ms. Trott.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
All right. Well, then, staff will be in contact afterwards. Please stay in touch with staff, and then we look forward to seeing you here in the near future as soon as 2 weeks.
Thank you, everyone, for your consideration.
Thank you. That concludes our certificates of appropriateness. We will now move on to our, I'm going to sneeze, schematic review. We'd like to welcome the final applicants for the Peruvian Cultural Garden. I'm going to excuse myself for a second. Michael, can you run the meeting? I have to sneeze and I'm really badly here. Forgive me for 1 second.
So do we have the presenter here?
Yes, I'm here.
Feel free to start.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Landmarks Commission. My name is Roberto Pineda. I'm an architect. I'm also the development chair for the Peruvian Cultural Association of Northeast Ohio, who is working on this wonderful project along Martin Luther King Boulevard. The first page that you see there is pretty much the perspective of the overall master plan of the Peruvian Cultural Garden. The location is right next to the African American Cultural Garden, which is south of it, right next to it, across from the Italian Cultural Garden, and farther south is the Ukrainian Garden. The site is fairly challenging. It has in the back, Wheelock Road is the upper side of the entire site, and then we have the lower side, which is along Martin Luther King Boulevard. So we work with both elevations to try to integrate and develop this design based on the cultural identity, background, and history. So if we can go to the next page, please. This is just a summary of who we are and the design narrative. And I don't know if you had the opportunity to just read the design concept and how we have approached the design. We can go to the next page, please. That is the just for reference the civil survey prepared by Max Steen engineers that show pretty much the boundaries of the site, the location of the existing trees, and the topography. Next, please. That shows more or less the overall design in relation to the topography and how we were able to integrate the upper level with the lower level. As you can see with all the topo lines there, there are areas that is fairly flat. For example, the lower left corner, which is the entrance of Martin Luther King Boulevard. And then you have the upper portion, which is fairly flat, very nice, with a beautiful view as you go closer to the edge of the upper portion, looking towards MLK Boulevard. It gives us a lot of opportunities to have a beautiful vistas. And from there, we were able to work with the topography by adding a stair and ramps from the lower entry along Martin Luther King Boulevard and the upper portion, which is the main plaza. So that's just to give you an idea on how we were able to work with the different slopes. Next, please. So this particular page shows the existing conditions. The photo on the left is where it starts, the boundaries, and the one on the right is the termination, which is right where the street lamppost is. The image on the bottom is pretty much shows the master plan, and it identifies 4 phases. Phase 1, as you can see, is the lower entry along Martin Luther King Boulevard. Phase 2 is the connectors. Phase 3 is the main feature wall, which is the curve area with the openings, which you will see it on the next slides. And phase 4 is the circular main plaza that is going to be used for main gatherings, events, art, culture, and things like that. Oh, something important to mention on the image to the right, where you can see the solar path. We try to work with the solar orientation and play with the shades and shadows. That's why you can see some of the feature wall shadows reflected on the stage. And I don't know if you can zoom in closer, but so you can appreciate that the area of the curve feature wall. But the Inca Empire or the Inca civilization were very much involved with celestial gods. They were celebrating the ritual of the sun and the moon. So what we were trying to do is here work with the sun orientation and see how the sun can have some effect through those openings. And at the same time, because the entire design is facing east, we are able to work with the summer solstice and different times of the year, how the sun moves along the east side from the north towards the south and west. Also the Inca civilization, they were very much into the calendar year. So that's another way how they were able to estimate the time of the year for crops, for just the regular being in that part of the region of Peru, which is supposed to be the Andes, Cusco and Machu Picchu. Next page, please. So this phase, number 1, shows pretty much the design of the entrance. So we have the gardens that flanks the entrance. And the plants that we are proposing are going to be a representation of the Peruvian flag, which is going to be red and white. And then we have concrete floor, which is going to be just regular concrete with the center being stamped concrete, showing the three regions of Peru. So we have the map of the of Peru, and we have the coast, which is along the Pacific. Then you have the Andes, and then the green color is the rainforest, which is going to be within this circular area on a contrasting color. And then we play with the control joints as well and the radials to add more dynamic into the overall design. We have also included a bench, which you can see it on the left of the flower bed, for passerbys to, as they walk, they have a place to relax and enjoy the area and the surroundings. This design was inspired by the Tumi, and as you can see, it was an artifact, a ceremonial artifact used by the Incas. And the shape, the bottom portion of this artifact, which is made out of gold, is represented on the entrance. That curvature right next to the flower beds, that's something that we have taken a portion of this artifact and represented there. That's how we started the design. On the perspective, you can see that the wall it starts from the sidewalk and then gradually goes up and follows the terrain as you go up to the mid landing where the main stair is, and then all the way to the upper portion. We will have some freestanding metal displays that will present some information about Peru, the regions, and as you keep moving to the next level, there will be other standing displays that will explain about the feature wall, which is the portal of the sun. Next page, please. So this is a more advanced information that shows pretty much the elevation. The wall is going to be stamped concrete. Then you have the location of the flag and the signage, which is going to be integrated on the right flower bed. You have the entrance, you have the dimensions, the location of the bench. And it is important to mention on the elevation, the phase one elevation is because we're going to be breaking it down into 4 phases. The end of that wall, of the retaining wall, phase 1 is going to end up at an angle. So it's not going to be an abrupt 90 degrees and then stay there until phase 2 starts. So what we're doing is we're ending up in an angle. So it's more of an interest. So when phase 2 comes in, we can continue the retaining wall and and follow the same angle all the way up to the upper level. Next page, please. This is other sections and views of the same area, which is what we are concentrating on phase 1 as our first step to build the Peruvian garden. Next, please. This is that will be the next phase. So this is the main stair that takes you towards the mid landing and then the upper landing. The upper landing is where the feature wall is, and behind that we have created some sort of like a stage. So the elements of inspiration that we have used is the Inca Trail. As you might have heard, the Inca Trail is a 4-day trail that goes from Cusco to Machu Picchu, and it's made out of very rough stones and goes through the rainforest. So that was the idea of having these steps and the ramps going to this monumental area, which is up high on the mountains. So this feature curved wall is kind of like a representation of climbing Machu Picchu, the lost city of the Incas. And that curved wall is the main feature element of the overall design, where we will have stone veneer cladded on the concrete wall with those openings to bring in light, and also for people to be able to stay there and look out towards the Martin Luther King Boulevard during the parade. They can be up there and see what's happening down below. And if you are on Martin Luther King looking up, it's gonna feel like you are looking up towards the God. That's what the Incas used to do, looking up to the sky, the cosmos, the celestial elements there. Next, please. So the bottom image shows the mid landing, which again, we will have some display information. And then you have the stair that continues all the way up to the top, which is the curved wall. And from there, you just flank sideways to go to the upper level. Once you're on the upper level, you can see the upper image. And now you are behind the curved wall. So you're already on the upper level on the main circular plaza. And this is where you're going to experience, and for example, at night, the sunset that is going through the side, just a play of different light and shadow. And again, on the inspirational elements, you can see on the upper left image portions of the Machu Picchu wall with some of the openings, and the same thing on the bottom portion. So that's how we got inspired in having this main element being the feature wall of the overall site. Next, please. So these are the views of the upper plaza, the circular plaza. From there, you're gonna have some benches all the way around for people to sit down, the public enjoy whatever's happening there. And there will be more display elements and also sub areas for small gatherings. And again, those elements were inspired by some of the areas that the Incas used to do at the Sacred Valley in Cusco. And the image below is something during one of my trips there. I went to this resort, and they had something similar that was applied in their backyard. So there were nice features that add something to the main space. Next slide, please. This one shows the landscape architect, the distribution of the flowers, the flower beds. Again, we have two that defines the main entry from the lower level. And the next page, you will see the actual flowers that they recommended based on their drought tolerance, lower maintenance, and easy to keep up. The other flowers that you see there, they were considered to be part of it. And again, the idea was a combination of red and black. So at the end, it was the ones that have been selected as the more durable plants for this area. So if we can go back to the first page, please, where we have the perspective. Yeah, right there. So at one time we had proposed a portal of Willock Road to define the entry, but then we thought we don't want to compete with the African American Garden. It is a beautiful garden. They already have a portal there by the street. So we thought, let's remove that and let's keep it open to be more welcoming, right? And then move that portal that eventually became the curved portal and feature wall with openings all the way to the edge of the higher area. So that served as as a lookout area and also as a stage area for performances. But we are very excited with the overall design, and we are looking forward to start working on phase one once all the approvals have been met. Thank you for your time, and if you have any comments, please let me know.
All right, thank you for the presentation. Before we move into our comments, we will ask for design review feedback.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A representative from the Cultural Gardens Federation was not able to stay, so I'll just relay. They did supply a letter that did state that the conceptual design for the Peruvian garden was approved by the Executive Board after recommendation from the Federation Design and Preservation Committees. So they are in support of what was proposed.
Excellent. Thank you. And staff recommendation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Over several months, staff has been working alongside the Design and Preservation Committee in updating the cultural garden design guidelines. Part of that includes the Secretary of the Interior Standards for Rehabilitation when considering the appropriateness of proposals for both existing and new gardens. In reviewing this new garden, we must consider new work shall be differentiated from the old and will be compatible with historic materials, features, size, scale, and proportion, and massing to protect the integrity of the property and its environment. There is a strong desire for natural materials. Cost, durability, and longevity need to be considered. This is an active city park, and modern maintenance equipment can and does cause inadvertent damage. The use of modern materials, such as concrete, has had a robust discussion. Pulling from the design guidelines, it is recommended that areas of assembly such as plazas and squares are finished with pavers or natural stones. Primary walkways can be of pavers or concrete with scoring in similar pattern to city installed walkways. It is recommended that gardens incorporate vertical elements in their design to make the installation noticeable from the nearby roadway, primarily in phase one if the project has multiple phases. Garden materials shall be durable and generally maintenance-free. This is an ambitious and great design. The main concern is the choice of materials. Stained concrete in moderation would be appropriate for newer gardens. However, in this case, it appears it to be the primary material in all phases. Even with cost considerations, there should be more natural materials introduced. Phase 3 references a stone veneer on a concrete wall. The walls in the plaza and walkways could be treated similarly. It may be a thin veneer, but since this is a vertical element at this stage, it will be noticeable and will inform future phases. All other elements of the plan seem to be appropriate. It should be noted that maintenance of the grassy area between phases 2 and 3 will likely need to be coordinated with the Department of Parks and Recreation, as access to that will be limited. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that report or recommendation. We'll then open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. Would like to start us off. Hello,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that, start off by saying this is a really, beautifully imagined cultural garden for this really important group of individuals in our community. I think that, what I really, really appreciate is how infused in meaning all of these different elements, all of the different elements of this design incorporate, the climbing of Machu Picchu, the use of light shadow, the circular platforms, the Inca Trail. I think, there's not an element that seems out of place because everything seems to be very, very intentional, which I think is so important in a type of project like this. So thank you for the thoughtfulness of this design. I did have just a couple of questions and maybe some thoughts for consideration. I guess the first question that I have though is, I know this is a phased project, but do you have a sense of kind of what the intended build out of the different phases are? I think maybe specifically between maybe the first phase and the second phase.
Are you referring to the cost or time frame?
Time frame.
So for phase one, ideally, we were going to start working probably by the end of the year, if not early next year. So once phase one is done, then it is going to it's going to be easier for us to start doing a bigger fundraising for the next phases, because people tend to see something that has already been built. And then, so right now everything is just pretty images. So and it's helping us out, collect funds, which we are pretty much ready for phase one. But the idea is once phase one is built and you see that it's been already built the way how it has been designed, then it's going to be much easier to start attracting bigger donors for the next phase. And then phase two gets built. Now we have 1 and 2. We're going to be doing more events at the site, which is going to attract, more donors for the following phases. So that's the plan. We'll see how that goes.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, and understand that is a consideration and why you've phased the project as you have. One of the things, so potentially phase one may be in place for, a fairly sort of like a good amount of time, let's say. So this is really the first opportunity to provide a glimpse as to kind of what the overall design intent is going to be. And while I think that the first phase is really nicely composed, I think that what I think would be great is if there was a way to incorporate some of the other thinking and elements from future phases into this initial phase. One opportunity that I think could be really impactful is figuring out a way to incorporate the play of light and shadow, and maybe some verticality of elements within this first phase. I think that's something that's so interesting and impactful of the last phase of the project. But if there was a way to incorporate something like that into this initial phase, to maybe break up the large swath of concrete, maybe there's an opportunity there to really start to infuse this first phase with some of the flavor of what's happening down the road.
Yes, and I believe there's a slide where you can see phase one in perspective. If you can go to the next phases, to the next slide. Yeah, that one, the upper portion. So you can see the wall, how it elevates from the sidewalk all the way down as a serpentine. So that's the only vertical element that I can think of, as you mentioning, bringing some of those elements. That wall is going to be stamped concrete to represent some of the stone on the wall. So we have two different types of stained concrete on the floor. One is the plain concrete and the other one is going to be the darker one. And the darker one is shown on the perspective, the previous one, with diagonals as a representation of the textile of the Inca civilization. I don't know if you've seen it, the darker diagonal lines on the ramps. But on phase one, that's the only thing that we can think of. This vertical element that works also as a retaining wall because of the slope. And that's how far we can go. We cannot go farther than that because then that wall becomes way too tall. I believe on the sections we went up to 5 feet. That's at the highest point. Yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you for that. I guess what I'm thinking is if there was anything that could be maybe added to the plaza itself, stone pillars or something to create that sense of opening, the sort of the series of openings that you're creating in the wall in the future phase to allow that opportunity for shade and shadow to play across the plaza. I think again just something just to react to how to break down that plaza a little bit more and be able to, if there's ways to sort of infuse it. Again, this is take this just as what it is, just as some commentary.
Yeah, I understand. We just didn't want to, and the reason why we presented the overall master plan is so that we can get an idea on how it's going to look. If I just show only the phase one, then I will understand it's missing something. But this is one of 3 other components. So adding, we could consider that, but adding something, it will be competing with the feature wall. So we want the feature wall, which is aligned with the stairs, to be the main focal point. I don't know what you think about that approach, but
no, I appreciate the context there. So again, I put the comments out into the ether, but do with them as you will. The second thing that I wanted to maybe talk about was the bench in phase 1, 2, and I appreciate the desire to provide some seating area for people as they're walking by. In a location such as that. But I think what could also be really nice too is if there was seating incorporated maybe in the plaza as well, or as you're entering in between the two planting beds, is a sense of a place of respite within this beautiful space that you're creating. And I think what's the bench that's sort of shown in that position currently seems a little bit incongruous with the sloping of the wall that's there, and then the organic nature of the planting beds and things like that. And I'm wondering if maybe there's a consideration of bringing that sloped wall around, and instead of it sort of terminating into the ground at the sidewalk, if that wrapped around and became a bench and terminated into the planting bed, so you're looking at sort of how to blend both the landscape and the built elements together, maybe in a little bit different way than kind of what's shown today. But I certainly appreciate the desire and the want for seating in that location for people as they're walking by.
Understood.
I think those are really my main sort of just thoughts. But again, I think this is a really extremely well thought out, really delightful design for the Peruvian people, and I think there's a lot to be proud of in this presentation and this design. So thank you so much for your presentation today.
Thank you, and I would also like to give credit to the Cleveland Cultural Garden Federation because it was pretty much a team effort. They were able to give us some of the comments that you can see there that have been already incorporated. So it worked out really good. We're very happy with everyone.
All right,
Thank you.
excellent. Thank you, Mr. Lozier. Other questions and comments from the commission? Mr. Dulick?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Lozier, for those very thoughtful comments. It's a wonderful plan and design, and I just am really excited to see it take place over time and evolve over time in the context of all the other incredible gardens. And hats off to all the folks involved with the cultural gardens. I did want to just pick up a little bit on two things. One is tree preservation, just make sure that any mature trees can and will be preserved throughout this process, and that will be part of what you'll need to submit. But want to get back to some staff comments about the materiality a little bit. And I think based on the spirit of our guidelines, I think the idea of, personally have a problem with the notion of concrete, but I guess I feel that the notion of using concrete to resemble more natural stone, I feel is kind of an odd ambiguity. I think especially in the context of the kind of clarity and beauty and more abstract interpretations. It's like you took your inspiration from so many things. And I think a lot of that is delightfully abstract. And I guess I would just suggest, as you consider the final detailing of the materials, even the concrete wall, I love the idea that you have united the notion of the robustness and such solid materiality of Peruvian architecture. But I guess I love the idea that you incorporated some of the texture and scale and pattern of Peruvian textiles, as well as the ceremonial knife object. I'd like to suggest maybe some of that thinking in terms of how that wall gets fenestrated, because I think your big moment is really going to be that wall with the openings that really is so evocative of a very, very particular and ancient and wonderful experience for culture, and that this whole place will share that with all of us. It gives me chills. I think it's great. I think that entry sequence, the phase one, that both literally and figuratively is kind of how you begin and how you set up this next series of phases, even as an experience that people share of construction. I think thinking about what that is, maybe in a way where you, even just the lines you would score in a concrete wall, being maybe less naturalistic and perhaps more abstract, perhaps more in line with so much of the honesty of what I see is things being allowed to be what they are and not pretending to be something else because it is so rooted in the natural world. So I guess it's just maybe my sensibility to that, but just a recommendation for your thought process as you develop that, literally the details of how the texture and the touch and maybe even some of the color along the lines of what Mr. Lozier, I think, was suggesting about how that verticality becomes manifest in phase one as kind of a foretaste. And I don't think it necessarily has to be vertical elements that compete with the African-American cultural garden, which again, that sensitivity is so appreciated. I think, and I'm sure it's appreciated by all the other folks in the cultural gardens. And I can't say enough about the spirit and intent of this design, but my overall suggestion is translate that back through in another pass in the materiality. I love Mr. Lozier's suggestion about the wall becoming a bench too. There's a real nice, people could sit on it either way. In my mind's eye, it seems like a lovely and specific suggestion as well. But overall, just fantastic and exciting. And I really appreciate the thoroughness and thoughtfulness of your design and your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. I don't have much more to add. I think it was well stated. My only comment would be back to staff's comments of I didn't very much encourage you to look at natural materials for that stone wall. You have such a strong reason for that. It's not it's pulling straight from the walls of your imagery for the hikes. Like that's such a grounding element that within, your culture, that I'd really encourage you to use a natural material that has the same proportions of, the stonework that's used there, so that it really does reinforce your concept, because it's a very thoughtful concept. I'm okay with the concrete on for the horizontal surfaces, just because of
Mhm.
the maintenance we know that can cause issues with natural materials on a horizontal surface. But
Right. I would like to see if there is the opportunity to bring actual materials, natural materials like stone veneer, and apply to phase one. So on the wall. So on this elevation, if you can visualize this as culture stone, but then the rest all the way phase two as you climb up, and all the walls on phase four, if they can just be stamped concrete.
well, I think
Because
that is. Go ahead.
because we want to leave the future wall, which is the curve wall, which the tall one with the openings, which we will have veneer, culture stone veneer, and that was the intention, to just have only that focal element with the natural material. Everything else will be sort of like a softer, not as strong as the stone veneer on the curved wall. That was the intention. But if you are encouraging us to to apply stone veneer to phase one, we could do that, just like what the elevation shows. But then the rest of the wall, where we show the dotted line with the angle, that's part of phase two, that could be stamped concrete. At least when phase one is built, then we can get the feel of the natural material.
My personal opinion is consistency of material, and to really strengthen that journey. So I would pick one or the other. I mean, the good news
Okay.
is that this is the schematic review.
Yeah.
So when you do come back, we'd encourage you to bring your materials so that we
Yes.
can see and touch them,
Okay.
depending on what you decide. But since this is a schematic review, you have that opportunity to continue to think about that, knowing
Okay.
that we're going to be approving phase one, but would we be approving the master plan also?
I mean,
We can cross that
Yeah,
bridge
we
when we
can
get
cross
there.
that bridge.
Okay, we'll
We can
cross
take
that
it.
bridge when we get
do
there.
it.
So just, as you continue the design, I think that's like the major one that, I have is I would really love to see that natural material on the horizontal surface. That is going to be the element that does draw your line all the way up to the top for anyone who may be a passerby, not actually get into the garden itself.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments from the commission, or do we feel like it's been stated? Good. Good. Okay. So since this is a schematic design review, do you feel like you've received enough feedback to continue the development of your design?
I do, and I would like to paraphrase that. So for the next, there's going to be a second SD presentation, or I move into
The
the
next
next
step
phase.
The next step would be to come back with your final design and final materiality for your
Okay.
final review. And then actually Carl's going to add.
You'll have to go back to the Cultural Garden Design and Preservation Committee for final approval first before coming back to this commission. So you can work with them as many times as you want to do something final, and then come here for the final approvals.
So that's the Preservation Committee. So this is not the Cultural Federation, right?
That is
This is
correct.
Okay.
This is the Landmarks Commission. Yeah, so the Design and Preservation Committee makes their recommendation to the Cultural Gardens Federation. The Federation makes their recommendation here. So I don't think you had to do a presentation to the Federation themselves. But because the gardens are a designated Cleveland landmark, the Cleveland Landmarks Commission issues the certificates of appropriateness for all the proposals.
Okay. Okay. I understand. Do I need to make an appointment with the Design and Preservation Committee? Is someone from that committee present right now?
You were working with Tom, correct?
Yes,
Yep. Just reach back out to him when you are ready to go before their board.
got it. Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for the presentation. We look forward to seeing you back here in the near future for your final review.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our schematic design reviews. We'll then move on to administrative reports.
No major reports today, Madam Chair. Just wanted to note that Cranes Cleveland has published its Influential Women of 2025 report, and our very own Madam Chair was on that list. So my kids are jealous because they want to be influencers. So
There you go. That's all we have
Crushing
to do. I'm an influencer.
right? Bring on the money.
Okay.
I also do want to note that Terry Sandy, storefront program manager, longtime city employee, she's been with the city for almost 43 years, is retiring at the end of the month. So longtime friend of the commission and preservation in Cleveland. And I mean, it's tough to overstate the impact that program and she's had on a lot of our historic commercial districts. So just congrats to her.
Outstanding. We wish you the best, and that program has been a great impact in the city and this commission. So excellent. Well, thank you. All right, if that is it, then we will adjourn for today and see everyone at our next meeting in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks. Have a great day.
Thank you.